Hiya papaya, happy sapphic Sunday. Happy sapphic Sunday. I spent a lot of time making that. I spent a lot of time trying to continually pose my character and then edit the fucking thing to get it to match. Hiya, cryo, hiya, Ava, hi. I spent a lot of time working on that card. I messaged you saying I spent way too much time working on this after you sent me the snazzy little chapter card, Act 1 card for Millie. Are we all excited to see to figure out what our lovely Keeper of Flames is so obsessed with for Millie? Are we all excited for that occurrence to find out what it is? I have game sounds turned off here, don't I? I do. You can't hear shit. There you go, now there's background music. But hi Ava, hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How has your weekend been? Hope it's been well. I'm just gonna as I look at Discord real quick to read things. Also, Ava, if you're still here, Ava, you should go figure out what the other choices get you in Sama Uni demo, because you might learn some things. You might learn some things about your favorite NB. You never know. You still need to do that too, because you haven't figured out where the fuck I figured where the drinks came from. You still haven't learned the Axe Drinks thing. You also haven't found this yet. There's other stuff. There's stuff. You learn stuff. You learn stuff.
I'm starving.
They could be starving. You never know. You can learn some things. You learn things. I don't think everything for Summer Nansen. In terms of different routes. Possum, how many of those are gonna draw? How many of those are gonna draw? Okay, so, yeah. Happy Sapphic Sunday. I spent my Sapphic Sunday morning, besides doing my Genshin dailies, I learned some more Mahjong. I learned how to play, I learned more Mahjong. I realized I missed the important thing. I need at least one pair, for one of the to win. I also learned more about, what are they called again? Not Utah's, the win conditions. I learned more about the win conditions. Yeah. I'm still working on that one art piece. I am still very slowly learning how to not learn. I'm still working on that goddamn thing that's taking me literally almost a week to do. I think I'm on the home stretch. I just need to work on the background. Depending on how long this stream goes for, I might do the background. I might do another stream after I finish eating my dinner, and I might do an art stream. Who knows? We'll find out. But yeah, let's jump in. Let's jump right in, gamers. Gamers. I have a better understanding how I play Mahjong. Yes, I played one online match. I lost, but I didn't lose. I was third place. I wasn't last, but I still lost. Probably because the person was doing a lot of simple hands.
College will open new paths for you, is what my mom had always said. I took those words to heart. despite my usual cynicism. Even as my high school friends drifted away from me over the years, and the stresses of moving out and living alone mountain, I continued to believe in them.
Auto button?
Then came today. The meeting with the advisor was never going to go well. Academic probation isn't a term thrown around in good circumstances.
Goodbye, Theo.
Even
Goodbye,
with
Theo.
all
Goodbye,
that,
Olive.
a
Theo.
1.2 GPA was a surprise. 5 whole credits. After cruising through school before college, it feels like a bad joke when I repeat his coldly delivered words in my head. My heart sinking, I finally closed the door behind me. A chapter of my life closes with it.
And now we go all, and we just skip through this whole prologue real quick. This is a slow way because I want to do other choices. And hello, Caprice. Goodbye, Caprice. Hello, Caprice. Goodbye, Caprice. Hello, Caprice. Goodbye, hello, Caprice. Goodbye, Caprice. Hello, Millie. Hello, Lag. Hello, Millie. Hello, Caprice. Hello, Haley.
I tried, Olive. My bestest friend.
Anyways. How's y'all day been? How's your day been, Possum? As I skip through this whole prologue. Skip through a giant chunk of I think I have a save, actually. I do have a save, don't I? Right. Right. Here. Don't overwrite this. I want to load the save. Yes, the end of G-Witch. G-Witch good. I'd feel bad just leaving Millie and Darren like this. Goodbye, Caprice.
Well, my original plan was to check out the writing club, so I'm gonna stick with that for now. Thanks for the offer, though.
Well, can't say I didn't try.
Now for able to enjoy my great voice acting abilities. My great voice acting ability. The response to my decision. The response to my decision is lukewarm. Isn't this great voice acting? The response to my decision is lukewarm. The only one showing any kind of emotion over it being Caprice. A slight frown appearing only for a moment on her face, despite her earlier protesting. It doesn't last, though, replaced quickly with her typical smile, and a small wave before turning her attention back to her club. Only the best voice acting here, guys. The best voice acting the money cannot buy you, cause I am not for hire. Why would you want to hire me? I'd be concerned. Part of me hates to turn down the chance to dig deep into the art club, but I can't bring myself to split from Darren after inviting him, and I feel like I've gotten at least a decent grasp on their personalities, if not their talent.
I really appreciate it.
Just making sure. You know I still haven't made up my mind yet, right? I just want to hear more for now.
I know, don't worry. Now, where were we?
She rested in her right hand for a moment, rewinding the past few minutes in her head.
Could we talk about the club itself some more, maybe? You mentioned downsizing?
Ah, right. That.
Millie's focus continues, though looking considerably more dour than seconds ago. After taking some time to choose her words, her expression changes once again to a warm smile, as if flipping a switch.
Well, everyone has to move on
you're gonna
eventually.
bring it up.
It just so happens that last year was the right time for a lot of people. It's just part of the college experience.
You're the one who brought it up first, Possum. I wouldn't have done it if you didn't bring it up, okay? I would have left Olive unscottished if you had not brought up the Scottish accent that happens. There was no reason for me to be Scottish otherwise, because I don't use an English accent for Olive. I sound like I took an Olive in an English accent that slowly derives into a Scottish accent the longer I go and more aggressive I become. It's not like that, is it? What? Hi.
Well rehearsed and squeaky clean, all in a matter of seconds. You never fail to impress, Prez.
Wait, I just realized. The mean girl everyone wants to date is a Heather. The mean girl that everyone wants to hate is a Heather. It's like, there's Martha Dumbtruck in the flesh, and here comes the Cootie Squad. We should shut up, Heather. I'm unsure of how to process that, and it seems like Darren's in the same boat. With the only reaction from the three of us is a grimace from Millie.
As self-appointed club historian, I feel the need to point out that this great migration of yours only started after you took the reins, though.
Thank you, Heather.
No problem. As the last of the old guard, we have to look after each other, you know?
She got shoulder stuff. Look at those, look at that skin on the shoulders. I don't know what that, I don't know, what's that? What's that? What are those freckles as well? I don't know. What do you classify those? What do you classify those dots on one's skin shoulder is? Because no, those are freckles. What's this? The fuck this? It's snazzy. There's also a freckle, snazzy. Snazzy. Confident that she's successfully, I hit the scroll button. Confident that she's successfully gotten under Millie's skin, Heather returns to tapping away on her phone. Smug expression, never once leaving her face. Heather's done her job of getting me curious about Millie's influence in the club, but it feels utterly futile to ask Millie directly about it. Left unsure how to continue this conversation, I turned to Darren. To my surprise, he seems unusually unplussed about Heather's interruption.
A smaller club suits me perfectly, actually. I was a lot more anxious when I came in originally and saw so many of you in here.
That's fair. You know, I get that.
Yes, exactly. You won't find a better place to express yourself if you're looking for peace and quiet.
Hell yeah. That's one way to look at it. I guess Darren doesn't seem to match my skepticism, looking considerably more at ease with Millie's assurance. I must be doing a poor job of hiding my disapproval, as Millie is quick to shift gears once she redirects her attention to me.
But just because we're quiet doesn't mean we're an empty room. Tanya, can I borrow you for a minute?
I'm loving Mimo right now, sorry. I'm giving Mimo kisses on the head. Millie waves the woman in the back down. After giving the art club another curtsy cursory once over, she obliges her friend's request, casually striding up to the front of the room. I still can't read.
Hey again.
Hey again. Hey
I
again.
want to give you two a proper introduction to Tanya. She's the most recent member, but she's already been a huge help.
Pog. We love huge helps, unlike Heather. Why are you so close to me? Then he responds by grabbing at my hand and giving it a firm, very firm, shake, before repeating the process with Darren. Given the way he gently holds the hand in question after the fact, it's safe to assume her grip took him off guard as much as it did me.
Millie Woo, you two over yet?
I'm still thinking.
I think she might be getting there.
Good to hear.
Well...
Well, what? What's up? Yes, you're allowed, Bunlivy. You're allowed in the stream. You are allowed here, cheap hoe. Two words, barely even words, are enough to get a simultaneous frown from Tanya and Millie.
Still got some hangups?
I'm just not sure the club has what I'm looking for, I guess.
Well, let's see if we can address that. What are you looking for here?
Help with my writing class, assuming I stick with it.
Yes, I'm aware. Anything else?
That's really it. That's really it, I guess. The expectation in her eyes begins to waver after a few seconds of prolonged silence, making me feel as though I've disappointed her with my response of, I just want fucking help. Help me not fail college, please, thank you. Tanya, in contrast, is practically beaming.
Is that all? Then you've got nothing to worry about. You couldn't ask for a better tutor than Millie here.
She gives her friend a playful shake on the shoulder.
What about you?
No, I'm just here. I'm here for the ride.
What about me?
Can you help me? What do you mean, what about you? Can you help me with my writing class, motherfucker? What else are you asking you?
I guess I was just hoping that I'd have more people around to bounce things off of than just the leader.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean, She sheepishly rubs her head as she thinks, making a mess of her hair in the process.
That kind of thing isn't really my strong suit. I don't know if calling on me for writing advice would be the best idea you've ever had.
Then, if you don't write, if you don't do right, what are you here for? What are you in the writing club for, my guy? My home has breastlights. What are you here? If you don't write, what are you here for? Before I even have a chance to air out my concerns, Tanya bounces back, pushing Millie forward.
I told you, though. If there's anyone who could single-handedly drag you across the finish line, it's Millie here. Right?
Well, I'd certainly try my best.
And so the pitch ends, closer to a whimper than a bang. It looks like Darren's probably been won over, sitting upright and excited at the premise of an empty classroom. But that same promise of a near-deserted club makes me sink into my seat. I reach over and grab the notebook from Darren's desk, flipping through it as I absorb as much of the barely legible print as I can. This club's likely a wash, but it'd be hard to deny Millie's own personal expertise on the subject. I wonder if she'd really be enough.
So?
So what? Millie sounds as uncertain as I feel, even with her friends still shaking her arms with like a reassuring pride.
I'll think about it. Thanks.
A reassuring pride. Hi, Caprice. Hi. Listen. Hi, Heather. I'm gonna think of the music a bit louder. For my end. It's a tad quiet for me. I should also save while I'm here. Heather, perspective may help, but ugh. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. And stretch.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our
Thank you,
fairy
Amelia.
kiss chillers.
I come from Mara to wake up and look at Twitter and be like, why am I being called out? Why is Suzume tagging me in their Twofold going live announcement? I wonder why. Why are they calling me out for my obscure? I miss Millie. I miss Millie. Millie, my beloved. I had intended to get some food, but that can wait. This is likely as close to her attention as I'll ever get.
So, about the writing club.
So, the writing club.
Don't ask me.
That was fast.
But you're a member, right?
Wait, didn't I do this? I did this last time, didn't I? I did it last time. I did that last time. I can tell by the fact I can skip. I did it last time. Whoopsies. No Heather for us just now. Goodbye, Heather.
What about food?
Alright, the last time. No Heather for us. We go talk to Allison. Hello, Allison. Anyone's a better opinion than Heather. Heather is only half paying attention to me to begin with, so I quickly get up and skip over to Allison as she strides off. Goodbye, Heather. Not sorry, Heather. I had no intention of playing peacemaker, but it's striking how strong her feelings are on the matter.
Hey, Allison.
Allison turns to me, her frustration with Heather still simmering. She soon turns embarrassed as being caught fuming.
Hi. Sorry about Caprice running off.
Nah, it's fine.
No worries. She seemed busy anyway. Fair prep?
Yeah, we're all a bit behind schedule, so we've been kind of scrambling.
Heather gives a dry "Huh," as she overhears the last of our conversation before wandering off towards the food counter.
She's always so rude.
Allison frowns at her back as she walks away.
Do you interact with the writing club much? Outside of yesterday, I mean.
Every now and then. More lately with this fair stuff. Not like Heather's much of a club member, though.
What exactly is the club fair about? I saw it advertised earlier last year, too.
There's not much to it. A bunch of the school clubs set up in the gymnasium and try to recruit people. Mostly freshmen who haven't been poached yet. Millie offered to share her space,
Poached.
so we're sneaking in this year.
Poached.
If you have a way to get new people like that, why is Caprice so dead set on recruiting me?
I don't know. Oh yeah, that's. I don't know. Oh wait, I do know. I don't know. Oh wait, I do know.
I tried.
Caprice is really serious about the club. But you've probably noticed that already. Honestly, she's serious about everything she does. She wants to get every person possible. A dream of hers is to grow and expand the club beyond even the huge existing one. And
She trails off, suddenly going quiet as she thinks better of continuing.
And what?
to be honest with you, I prefer smaller groups. I'm fine with how things are. Nothing against you, though. You're free to join if you want. You'd love it, I'm sure. Everyone really is nice, and we have a lot of fun.
I would love it. I would love it, wouldn't I? I would.
Caprice is wonderful, too. I know she can be a little overbearing at times, but she always brings so much energy.
A little too much, maybe.
Sometimes, sure. I get it. When I first met her, I thought she was pretty overbearing. I wouldn't really fault you for thinking that.
She's good at what she does, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. Everyone there is. I'm still learning, but they're always teaching me new things. But I guess what's happening is...
She taps her fingers on her chin, pausing to give her next words some thought.
Caprice wants us to be a legitimate club. A club that's official, real, whichever word you want to use. We aren't much of one right now. We barely nudged our way into the fair. Even then, we kind of cheated to get there.
If I join, will that even change anything?
I don't know. It'd take more than one person, probably.
Of course it would. More members would help, but I wonder how many how many they even gain from an event like this. They gain 0 because they're not joining the art club. Rip. Then there's the fact that Allison here clearly doesn't want it. I wonder if I'd just be buddy into some group of close friends more than joining a club. You would be. That is what happens.
Still, we're going to do our best. You should do what's best for you, too.
I, the voice of the ghost of Christmas past. The voice of past Christmas, future Christmas, know what the fuck happens.
Thanks. Sorry for keeping you. I'll see you around.
Allison gives a quick goodbye before skipping out to try and catch up with Caprice. What I found might not have been what I wanted to hear, but at least she was honest. Now, time to actually get some food. Oh, I quietly mull things over as I as I head to the food counter. The art club is close and friendly. They're small because it's like they're a group of friends trying to be a club. The running club isn't much, but at least Millie seems capable and eager to help. It's probably better to not even consider Tanya and Heather as factors. I'm not sure if either is a good option, hopefully. Over-prepared! Experience all optional choices in the prologue! I'm not sure if either is a good option. Hopefully this club fair will help me find better answers. Whoa! Hi, it's Haley! Whoa! It's a table! Whoa! It's the evening! Whoa, it's a text. Whoa, the text message is gone. Whoa, it's my mother. Whoa, it's the club fair toy. Whoa, it's a cafe with Haley. Whoa, it's a coffee that tastes really fucking cold. So Haley, what? Goodbye, Haley. Nice talking to you. It happens. Caprice and Millie both set eyes on their prey at the same time. Far from a fight breaking out, an intense, awkward silence reigns between the three of us as they carefully maintain their smiling facades, the occasional shit passing by only exasperating the standoff. Sighing at a cruel fate assigned to me, I realize I'll have to take the initiative.
Alright, so we all know what's happening here. Let me hear it.
Which club I pick, I'll have to drop both both the other club and the other class. There's not much chance I could do both and pull off a pass. Wow. Look at them. Look at how sad Caprice. Look how sad Caprice is.
Sorry, Caprice, but I think the best shot I've got is with Millie.
The collapse of Caprice's face stings a little, though. At least Millie has a grace to give her a moment to deal with it. She bounces back in true Caprice fashion, settling for a pouting as she sits back down in her chair. Millie takes the response as her cue.
Thank you, Olive. Pleased to have you aboard.
How bad could it be joining the writing club, or what little is left of it? She catches herself and reels her excitement back in, though not quite quick enough for it to go unnoticed. Even if she was successful in writing her tone, the large smile on her face is still as obvious as tell as any.
Your first club meeting will be on Thursday evening then. I'm sure you know the place.
Where?
Have fun being bored with boring people. If you want to switch, the door is always open.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thanks, Caprice. I love you. I love you, Caprice, for you are...
My greatest love,
And Millie is your...
my bestest friend.
That's the nicest no I can muster. I have to make sure I can pass. And the writing club is the best chance for that. Saying my goodbyes, we agree to meet later before I take my leave and head out for the gym. From the gym. The writing club. If nothing else, at least there's some comfort in knowing that I'm in for. The next few months are going to be a trial, but Millie definitely seems the better tutor for dragging me past the exams. We'll find out soon. And when we're to find out, no word forward, I guess. I'm so struggling with the idea of putting all of my trust in a single person. But it's the best option I have. Even if her smile it was just a result of her winning her little war with Caprice. Something about it manages to reassure me, at least a little. A few days later, on Thursday evening, at the school, at night, the evening. It's evening. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust as I step out into the dazzling sun. It's a Thursday evening, and that means everyone with a life is leaving as fast as their legs can take them. But I don't have a fucking life. I don't have a goddamn life because everyone else, myself included, is walking right back into the campus. I pick up my pace as I walk. It would look bad if I was late to the club I just joined. Reaching the arts building, I wait for the flow of students escaping the doors, the day's classes to taper off, before squeezing inside and leaving the beauty of fall behind. It looks like a full house today, as sad as the idea is. The only sound to be heard is the squeak of a marker on the whiteboard. Millie shoots me a polite smile as she notices me enter, before busying herself further with her very important work. Tanya rocks her chair while looking out the window. Heather apathetically plays with her phone, and Darren dutifully writes in his notebook. Take off my backpack and swing it beside me. I take a seat in the front row with the others. The only open seat being next to Heather. Can't imagine why. As the seconds roll by, and at a loss for what exactly I'm supposed to do, I busy myself with looking around the mostly empty room, the really, almost, totally empty room. The desks are organized into a perfect grid. Spare pencils fill the pen holders on the benches around the room. Wow. The teacher's desk, commandeered by Millie, is neatly organized with notebooks and folders. Everything is perfectly set up for the class ahead. Standing alone at the front of the room, Millie looks more like an actor playing a part in an empty theater than a club leader. She's taking her time comparing the notes in her well-worn note journal to what she's writing on the board, but she's coming across as more nervous than diligent. In my wandering thoughts, I lock eyes with Heather. For a moment, I offer a polite smile, being that we're in the same club. For better or for worse, it's worth at least trying to get along with her. Rather than return the awkward greeting, she simply rolls her eyes and goes back to her phone.
Wow, the art club was that bad, huh? Caprice must have left a pretty horrible impression for you to end up here.
Oh, fuck off, Heather. She doesn't look up from her cell phone as she talks, scrolling through her social feed way too fast to actually be reading about anything on it.
What? No, it's not that. This just seemed like a more legitimate club. At the time.
Heather scoffs at that, half smiling in a way that mocks more than words possibly could.
What is it we're actually meant to do? Beyond writing, that is.
Exactly, says Heather.
Show up every Tuesday and Thursday. So long as we have an extra warm body in the room, the club doesn't get killed off.
The snap of Millie's notebook closing takes my attention. Our teacher, turning back to the classroom, Heather pointedly turns slightly away from me, ending the conversation. This sure is a club.
Welcome to another meeting, members new and old.
Yes.
I'll get right into it since I know everyone's busy. Everyone will do some writing today on a topic they'll choose. You can finish your stories off after the meeting if you don't find the time today.
Do we share them next time or something?
At the next meeting, we'll share our work with each other. That'll help us all gauge where we're at in our writing skills and what we'd like to focus on going forward.
Okay, so you actually do check if we're doing it. Okay, that's good. So Heather actually has to do some actual work. Great. Congrats, Heather. Unlike the dead silence from earlier, Millie is trying to project her voice into a loud and clear way, even if it's only the four of us. Yeah. Whatever issue the club may be having, I'm reminded of why I thought it was the better choice. She's earnest, at the very least gives off the air of a good teacher.
Question, Miss Clark. How long does the story have to be?
I see.
Only as long as you want. This isn't classwork.
Lucky us.
Unlike Tanya's somewhat rehearsed sounding participation, Heather isn't even hiding that she intends to do nothing. Darren looks like he's copying down the notes in the whiteboard, so that leaves only me left as Millie turns towards my direction.
If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask.
Yes, hello, that's me.
I don't know where to even start, to be honest. I haven't read a book on my own time since 5th grade. I'm better at more logical subjects. The arts aren't really my thing.
The world isn't so neat that everything can be divided up into logical or creative sorts. A blank page is always a writer's worst enemy, but this is a writing club, not a workshop. We can work through it together.
You sure about that? She closes her eyes, giving a serious thought as to how to best make do with my less than useful outlook. To my surprise, it doesn't take long before her eyes reopen a newfound sparkle in them.
Tell me, where do you think a story should start?
The beginning?
I guess you could start in the middle.
Wrong. A story starts with a plan. A story without a plan is just a meandering series of sentences.
Don't call me out like this. I wasn't prepared for this passion. Glancing sideways to see if this is considered normal, my neighbor sits there unfazed, apathetically scrolling her phone. That answers that then.
So, let's start at the real beginning. The highest layer of writing a story. An idea. Someone give me a one-sentence idea for a story. No details at all, just the elevator pitch.
A knight saves a princess from a castle.
Boring. Tanya jumps up, suddenly looking way more excited. She smiles as Millie claps her hands together and writes it on the whiteboard. I appreciate her input. The atmosphere of the room changes ever so slightly in the split of a compilation.
Excellent.
Spirit.
That's a high-level story concept. Ideas are quick and easy to come up with, but finding one you're excited about is the most important part. Now, down to the next layer. What 3 things should any story have?
She pauses and looks back at all of us. Tanya sits back down and looks around the rest of us for help. Seeing me look entirely lost and Darren avoiding eye contact, Tanya gives Heather's desk a small kick. Well, a regular kick. Heather responds with an annoyed and goes to the ceiling as she responds. Considering everything about Heather, that was a pretty tame response. I wonder how often something like this happens.
Introduction, conflict, resolution.
Gay girls, you're gay.
Thank you, Heather. Now, Tanya's story about the knight and the princess needs an introduction, a conflict, and a resolution. Darren, could you fill that out for us?
I guess it'd be... The knight and the princess's situation is set up for the introduction. The conflict is the idea itself. The knight has to save the princess. Then, I guess the resolution is for the princess and knight to get married and live happily ever after?
Or they could just die.
Almost there, but the conflict needs to be an obstacle to reaching the conclusion. Why does the princess need saving? What's in the way of the two being together?
A hot lady.
Usually, it'd be something like a dragon has her locked up.
A hot dragon lady.
Good, but now this story feels a little too formulaic. How about for the assignment this week, you all write the story of the princess and the knight with your very own twist. Something to make the story uniquely yours.
The princess is in love with a hot lady.
There's one last layer before we start writing in earnest. We have our outline, but now we need to attack the structure. How do you approach a big project? We need to take our story outline and break it up further into chapters. If you like
Chapters?
TV shows, think of them as episodes, or maybe as different scenes from a play.
Like different acts of a story? Like this prologue? Like a prologue. An act 1. An act 2. An act 3. An epilogue.
How about 3 chapters, or just paragraphs for a short story, between each of the introduction, conflict, and resolution? You can change that as you go if things don't feel right, but that gives us a framework to hang our story on. There, does that look like something you can write?
No.
I can kind of see it in my head now. Yeah.
I can't. I got in my head is women. I got women in my head.
This whole process doesn't feel very creative, though. I mean, carefully dissecting a story into layers and components feels a bit clinical.
A spark shines in her eyes. I've stumbled onto something she wanted me to work out for myself. Clinically insane people.
So clinical that you might say it's almost logical.
Fuck, you're right! Tanya gives me an amused snort from the other side of the class. And even Darren smiles a little at that. She got me. It's fucking logic right there. She's leading me this entire time. Millie leans back to the desk behind her and lets it just stew. As for a moment, fuck!
There's no clear line between creativity and logic. You need both to write, or make any sort of art.
Do you Caprice do this as well?
To paint a person, I imagine you need to understand anatomy. To write a story, you need to understand structure and how readers will think. Don't get hooked up on being as imaginative and original as you can. Just practice. Write badly. After a while, you'll come to intuitively understand why some things work and others don't. Like a driver slowly learns to work a car without thinking about how they're doing it.
Really? Do they really do that? Do they not just think everything at all times? How
And
hard
when
I'm
you're
pressing on the
stuck,
gas?
you can always talk it out. Giving each other feedback is the most important and fun part of writing. So take some time to plan it out, think of your knight and princess, and ask around if you're stuck. We can all share our stories next Tuesday.
That's a bit fast, ain't it? Tuesday? That's a bit fast, ain't it? Tuesday? Oh, so what's anatomy? Anatomy? What about anatomy you? The room's already awash in the orange of sunset by the time I sit up to take a break. Jin's playing much in her world. With the meeting winding down, the rest of the members having largely stopped paying attention to their notebooks, I look down at my own. A truly awful mess of words looks back at me. Stuff like this makes me question the entire premise of writing. How could I mess up so badly at doing the very thing I did back in high school? With that said, I can't deny that breaking down the story as really sad has already helped a lot. The entire process, I think back to the literature textbook sitting somewhere in my apartment. It's somewhere there. The language was more difficult, but the whole point of the class has been about finding another intent and how it's successful. Author intent. I'm still not confident in being able to identify what makes a good story, but having the vocabulary to start thinking about the components is a relief. As much as this seems like basic stuff, I can't help but be a bit annoyed at myself again for checking out all during my high school English classes. My saving grace right now is Millie. Who seems more than happy to use club time as a teacher rather than a fellow club member. The ruffling of papers, so as people pack up, makes it clear everyone else is either done for the day or giving up. With Darren so fussing about, Heather preoccupied with her phone, and Tanya chatting with Millie while sitting at the teacher's desk, it looks like I'm the first out as I give our leader a quick wave while passing. Wow. Wow, what over Christmas break?
Oh, before you go.
What a crazy idea. What a crazy idea there, Possum. I stopped my tracks, having so nearly escaped. The sight of Millie's hand happily outstretched, palm up, confuses me.
Yes?
Phone.
My eyes narrow at the request.
I just wanted to take down your number and put in contacts for the others.
Oh. Even though she doesn't seem like the type to text nonstop or call at random hours of the day, a part of me is dreading giving someone I've only just met my number. It might be helpful to have on hand in case I have to actually have an actual writing class question though. Reluctantly, I pull the phone out of my pocket and hand it over to her.
Why do you have everyone's numbers anyway? Don't you meet twice a week?
As she fishes up, Millie gives me an alarmingly large grin as she places my phone back to my palm.
Ah, but that's not all we do.
Uh-huh. Ah, I'm back. Millie turns back to the club members, all stopping what they're doing as she proudly puffs her chest out.
To welcome in our new members, I'm announcing the first group outing for the reorganized writing club.
Ah, you also do outings. Whoa! Act 1, pen to paper. Cut to the chapter act card I made. Except I don't have that on hand. Lol. A couple of days later, we're gonna get pizza. The trees are a nice this feels weird looking at this in the summer. In the fall. It looks weird looking at this door in the fall. I remember looking at the winter with the snow on the ground. Trees are a nice color this time of year. Fall has always been my favorite season as far as I can remember. It's not as hot as summer, and spring's weather changes wildly in a single day. Making the most of the few warm days left of the year, I pass my morning raking up the leaves which have piled up the path outside the apartment building. No one else in the complex seems interested in this kind of busy work, but I've come to enjoy little chores like this. It gives me time to quietly work away in solitude. I would jump at my skin as a deafening wolf whistle rings out from behind me. My sense of peace are really ruined. Look behind me, I clutch my rake out of reflex. Tanya hangs out the door of a small parked car, grinning ear to ear. A scarlet-faced Millie desperately attempts to tug her friend back in the driver's seat.
Good to see you hard at work, Olive.
Hi.
Tanya, please.
They sure are a pair. I don't think anyone's a pair here. They'll be concerned if they're a fruit. It surprises me how someone as proper as Millie befriended someone so everything as Tanya.
I don't know this woman, I swear.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm just having a bit of fun.
You're catcalling me.
I see you two are full of energy this
You
morning.
literally catcalled me. It's a bit weird. At least one's fruity.
Meanwhile, you're doing your best impression of a responsible adult.
Bruh.
Just an impression, though. I want to say living alone is a hassle due to chores like this piling up, but honestly, I appreciate the mundaneness of it.
You don't have a roommate around to help?
Hell no. I live alone. In this apartment. Yep. That's me. Unlike you, I don't have two roommates. I don't have two roommates, and one of them is not my future half-sister. She's a stepsister. Yep. Oh my god, what are their roommates? And they were roommates? Oh my god. Crazy.
Nah, Mom pops over now and again, but it's mostly just me, myself, and I.
Wow! Both of them look a little surprised as I shake my head. I hadn't thought my situation that unusual, but maybe I just got used to it.
The car yours, Millie?
Yep, my pride and joy. I was helping my dad restore it since before I could even drive.
Junebug?
Gets quite a workout, too, fearing your roommates around. I'm telling you, you should make the bums get their own licenses.
Nah, fam.
It's not a problem, really. Besides, Caprice started taking the trolley.
She sure did. Tiny gives her a questioning smile, like to do with the thing between her and Caprice. They must have a proper beef with each other for it to even affect the logistics of getting around. Yes, proper beef. Proper beef.
You have a nice place.
You haven't even looked inside. Yet.
The graffiti adds to the aesthetic, yeah.
It sure does.
I mean it, compared to some of the places students live.
Like what? Gives a small glance over to Tanya, just for a moment. who responds with a dismissive shrug.
How are the neighbors?
The old ones had a dog that loved waking up the complex with its barking every night. They moved out in the last couple months, though, thankfully. Couldn't tell you anything about the new ones.
While we may keep to ourselves, that doesn't mean they don't make their presence known to each other in other ways. The one above me likes loud music with lots of bass. One of the mailboxes is consistently full. Soon as I begin to wonder if the owner of the apartment passed away, the mail mysteriously gets collected overnight. Then the cycle starts all over again. I wonder what they think of me. We all live our lives without talking to each other at all, despite living just inches apart.
So, are we doing this thing? Should be about time we headed off.
Sure, just let me put this away. Thanks again for giving me a lift.
Not at all. It's the least I can do after taking your free time for something like this.
I'm raking leaves. This is very important. The raking leaves is very important. Thank you. I'm glad you think raking leaves is very important, Millie. As we roll to a stop, Emily cuts the engine. The occasional honking of impatient cars still navigating the busy streets punctuates the low rumble of the crowds. I'm the first out of the small car, pushing myself out as much as I can, doing my best to shake off the aches of being cramped in that tiny box during rush hour. Millie and Tanya, on the other hand, are entirely unfazed, stepping out with little dramatics. I've never felt embarrassed about stepping out of a car before, but I guess there's a first time for everything.
Man, downtown's packed today.
I wonder why.
All the outlets are probably having clearances before bringing out the winter clothes.
Fair.
You think Heather and Darren are stuck in traffic? It was pretty blocked up on the way in. Where's this signing at, anyway?
The signing? What are we doing?
Bookstore is a bit of a hike up the road from here, but this is probably the closest parking spot we're going to get. The forecast called for a chance of rain today. I hope they get here soon.
I can't say I've ever been to a book signing. It's rare. I even go to a bookstore these days. Unless you want to count the ones on campus. I can see the appeal in so far as being able to meet an important person face to face. Same goes for sports autographs, even if I've never been into that either. It almost feels like the kind of thing a writing club is supposed to do. As new to the club as I might be, I can't shake the feeling that there's a difference between what a writing club should do and what our club members might want to do. Our attention is distracted from the people hugging their coats up to the sharp pinging coming from Millie. Tanya and I wait in silence as she moves the phone close to her from her pocket and reads the incoming message.
It's Darren.
So, where is he?
Looks like he's not coming.
Huh. Seemed like such an eager beaver, too. Did he say why?
Millie shakes her head.
I'll just be a minute. I'm going to give Heather a call.
Tanya and I exchange a brief glance as Millie steps away, tapping away on her phone before bringing it to her ear. The two of us watch and wait, Millie fiddling with her braid as she talks. She looks surprisingly pensive, despite her efforts to hide it. After what feels like minutes, though was likely only seconds, she gives a couple of quick nods before tapping the phone and hangs up. With that, she shoves her phone back into her bag with a sigh before turning to us.
Well,
Not coming?
She's not coming either.
I wonder why. Wow. Who would have thought that Heather wouldn't want to participate in a club activity? Wow. Tiny and I let out a long sigh after all that build-up. This whole thing is a bust.
Should we head out on our own then?
Millie smiles a sad smile.
Maybe another time. I won't drag you two in there. It's not much of a club outing if half the club isn't here.
Oh, I won't get to see Aspen. I debate pushing back if for no other reason than to soothe her guilt. But Tanya perks up before I get the chance, wiping away the phone. Tanya flashes her screen at the two of us triumphantly, offering us salvation through a silent declaration. Not quite what I was imagining.
It's not even 10.
Adorable.
What do you mean?
Should've.
Sure, why not?
Eh? I can only stare in stunned silence as Millie responds. She's quick to notice, giving me a sheepish laugh.
I mean, I wasn't super optimistic about today anyway, if I'm being honest. No point in getting too worked up about it. This sounds as good a backup plan as any.
I'm waiting for some snack real quick. Snack in the bar. The soybean box? The box of soybean chocolates? Wow. A wide variety of snacks. Biggest variety of snacks in the house. Huh. Interesting. Did you know they make durian flavored wafers? I have durian flavored wafers. And the single packs are a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Smells of durian, which makes sense. It's a durian flavored snack. There are 6 wafers in this each pack. Okay. Interesting. It's very light because it's a wafer. Still smells of durian. That hasn't changed yet. Doesn't taste like much. But yes, durian. It's durian flavored wafers. Doesn't really taste like anything. The wafers kind of overpower the durian flavor, in my opinion. It's okay. I prefer a real durian over a durian wafer. There's a lot. There's like this whole 6 pack. This single pack has 6 wafers in it, and it's pretty thick. I'd say you should try it, but also I don't know if you'd be interested in smelling it. I definitely don't recommend getting a whole ass durian if you're gonna try it. Maybe buy like maybe a frozen durian flesh piece or something. I don't know. I enjoy it. It's a good little. It's a fun little snack. Like every so often, not very often. Like every once or twice a year or something. I don't know. It's a snazzy little thing. It's a pain to cut open by yourself. So just buy a piece. Let's try. Because actual durian's hella difficult to cut open. Millie turns to Millie turns to her car, eager to get going and break eye contact. Needing no further prompting, Tanya practically skips over, crawling over the passenger seat into the back.
Should I drop you back off at your apartment, or will you be joining us? No pressure.
No pressure, she says, waiting patiently for her door, smiling wide. When has saying no pressure ever made anyone feel less pressure? It's when saying no pressure ever made someone feel less pressure. It's me, Dotavu. It's me, Dotavu. Dot. What up? With a sigh, I start making my way towards the passenger side door. Drink after dark.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Thank you, Possum. I'll do myself a drink after dark. The warm hum of people. Thank you, Olivia. This is for you. But it's after dark. It's getting dark. It's starting to get dark. but that might be because of fucking clouds. Who knows? Also, there's a 1 hour difference between us. It's not gonna be that drastic, is it? The warm hum of people chattering and glasses clinking fills the air. Each of us sitting on our stools before the counter. It feels like I feel like a fish out of water. You're seeing Millie and Tanya casually chatting between themselves, helping things feel a bit more comfortable. Tanya got a whole ass buck fucking beer. She's drunk. Millie got something. I thought this was a straw. I thought her zipper was a fucking straw. I thought this was a straw. This is not a straw. This is in fact her boob. That's her boob. Okay, well, okay, what are the specials today? We got... what great specials we got there? In hand, a cheap beer, one largely inoffensive as far as taste goes. The sheer variety of alcohol to try is a bit intimidating. So I decide to stick with what I know. Drink. After dark. Tanya's grabbed a simple beer as well, while Millie sips on some bright blue concoction.
Looks intense.
It's not. I just drink it for the flavor.
I hope so. With how fast she's managed to empty her glass so far.
So you two are regulars.
Regulars makes it sound like we come here all the time.
We do. Tanya's awkward face doesn't go unnoticed. To think, this is the second bar I've ever been to. But it seems like a comfortable place, at least. You know. The usual spot. Beneath old photos of the town on the wood-trimmed walls, the patrons all look clean-cut and on the younger side. Maybe that's the appeal for Millie and Tanya. They fit the scene well. In the end, it's just a bunch of people relaxing, which is how it should be. The price isn't bad either. Or I don't think they are. I don't have much of a frame of reference. Well, it's not like a soju. It's not like your drink costs $10 a bottle. And you have it sitting in your fridge for a year, with only 2 shots taken out of it. And then a year later, you buy the same thing without realizing you already had one in the fridge, and take a single shot out of it. I'm glad Millie's mood has improved, but I can't help stress at least a little about her current situation. Given why I joined the club in the first place, this isn't a stellar second impression.
So,
I just start without really thinking, drawing Millie and Tanya's eyes to me.
You didn't seem that surprised about the attendance today.
That's about as tame as I could have worded that. And this brace flattens before I get the opportunity to pat myself on the back, though.
This may surprise you, but Heather isn't consistent.
What? Really? Couldn't tell.
You don't say.
You don't say. Tanya punctuates that with a snort.
And, well, I know you're friends, so please don't take this the wrong way, but Darren's a new recruit. I don't have much of a read on him yet.
I think you're really overestimating how close we are.
Oh, really? When you walked in together, I just assumed you invited a tag-along.
Nope.
Nope. We talked a bit and shared a few classes in high school, but that's as far as it ever went, really. Just a really weird coincidence.
That being said, it does feel weird to have Darren miss something like this already. When he was supposedly staking out the club before I was. The three of us sit on that for a minute. None of us quite sure where to take the conversation from here.
Ugh, those two are a pain in the ass.
What?
Tanya?
What? That's a bit rude.
Well, it's not like I'm innocent either.
Hi, man. Wait, what was that for, man? What was that for, What that for? What'd I do that for? Well, why? Make myself die connected. Chicken. Yeah, it is okay. What was that for, Ming? What'd I do? Rude? Oops, right there. There you go. Rude? You throw something at me, Ming. This happens. You throw something at me. It says chuck a thing. You chuck a thing at me. How are you, Ming? I'm doing well, thanks for asking. How are you, though? Ow. Ow.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
You feeling better? I heard you're sick. You better? Well, the hairs in my neck. No. You still sick? I guess you're still sick. You since yesterday. You checked in. No. Got hit by a broncho. By what? Bronchitis. Okay. I feel like, is that bronchitis, man? That makes. Why would you shorten it to broncho? Why is bronchitis shortened as broncho? Oh, not the bronchitis. No, not the bronchitis. Oh, fuck. I see. I'll feel better soon, man. Hope you're staying, like, hydrated and stuff. It's important to stay properly hydrated, even though I don't know if bronchitis actually entails. Because I've not never looked into things. My fat thingy pressed everything. I see.
Go on.
Well, I'm here doing my usual Sunday stream, where I play a game about women and bees loving women. Because this is my normal schedule. I play game. I play gay on Sunday. I saw it was. I'd say it. You know, it's nothing too big happened. She just debuted her new model. Yeah. Kaizen called bubble tea Starbucks yesterday. That's the highlight. He called bubble tea Starbucks. It was very funny. He is an idiot as usual. He's big, dumb, stupid.
I'm just here because I need the help to pass my English course. I don't have a creative bone in my body.
Huh? Is that all it is?
You sound disappointed.
As opposed to Millie, who just looks disappointed.
I thought it was gonna be something saucier.
Huh?
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. There's not a saucy bone in my body either.
The sauciest thing about me is I can make a mean pasta.
Well, for what it's worth, I appreciate you coming out today anyway.
Millie smiles, but I don't need my glasses to see how strained it is. Tanya must pick up on it too, signaling down the barkeep to refill her friend's drinks. Her friend's drink.
I'd appreciate you not trying to get our driver drunk before noon.
You know. Tanya doesn't bother to offer me anything past a roll of her eyes and a smirk. Alright, enjoy the lurk. Good luck with chores and errands. Mila looks down at her mostly empty glass. Yes, mostly empty glass. her smile softening at one decidedly more genuine.
Sure. What harm could one more round do?
A new round of drinks arrives and Tanya orders a table some bar food to soak up the alcohol. I'm so worried about Jesus. As Millie and Tanya laugh together, chatting about some movie I've never heard of, or a teacher they have together, something feels a bit off. When the conversation lulls, I catch a glimpse of Millie looking down at her drink, brow furrowed and lips pursed. And when Tanya pipes up again, it disappears, but never quite completely. I try to shake the feeling I don't know Millie that well to analyze her behavior, and don't even know what I'd say if I could. And for whatever it's worth, Tanya's able to keep pulling back Millie from whatever depths of thoughtfulness she keeps sinking into, even if she needs alcohol to do it. Time passes quickly, and before I know it, it's been over an hour since we got here. I leave some cash for my order and a tip before excusing myself. Millie's been handling herself well, looking alert and sober since switching to soda a bit earlier. I still decline her when she offers me a ride back, though. Stepping into the frigid air in daylight, I have to squint to see the overcast sky from this morning has been replaced with a typically sunny afternoon. With nothing more to do, I head back to my apartment. Hopefully I'll still be able to do something productive today. One week later, Millie's handwriting reads more like an alien language as I squint and concentrate to make out her sentences. What might have started as cursive has devolved into a sprawl. A scrawl as if the pen were desperately trying to keep up with her train of thought.
What's all this?
Editor's notes.
Why are there so many?
Do you have them in English?
With my story writing complete, Millie decided best to go over things in more detail after the club. The outdoor seating was also her idea, even if the small table was trying to shift through it. This mess, even more of a hassle. Given how extensive her notes are, any optimism I have may have been quickly dashed. I know you can't expect perfection immediately, but even if the professor was half as thorough as Millie, it'd still pretty handily be a failing mark. Slouching into my uneven seat, I rock it back and forth as I mull my situation over. Our cups of coffee steam away on the table between us, Millie's bright face watching my own. It's been a week since the failed outing, and with a couple of club meetings happening since then, if she's annoyed or sad about what happened, she hasn't shown it. Even now, she smiles widely while waiting for a response to her writing critique. It's only made the charade of writing club meetings all the weirder. Just another week of everyone silently ignoring the elephant in the room. That nobody actually cares about any of this. I take up my coffee and try to think over my writing.
That's the look of concentration I wanted to see. I knew you'd get into this. What's on your mind?
Nothing you want to hear.
Try me.
These glasses are giving me a headache.
She pouts as I grumble to myself, but it soon gives way to a small giggle.
I promise you contacts are worse, but you do what you gotta do to maintain appearances. Now, how about we get back on track?
But why would your glasses make you... why would your glasses not maintain your appearance? Like, I don't understand what's wrong with what's wrong, Millie. Why would your glasses make you look any less appearancy? Glasses are cute. Recognizing that my attempts of avoiding this any further have been thoroughly squashed, I return to Millie's notes with a sigh.
Almost everything here is covered in corrections and fixes. Actually, I think you've written more than I did in the first place. I appreciate the effort you're putting in, but man, it's hard to stay optimistic about this. What chance do you think I have here, honestly?
My brain read the word honesty as the word honey. I was like, why are you calling Millie honey all of a sudden? Why is the word honey at the end of your sentence, Olive? What?
Are you going to do a second draft with all the notes?
I guess.
Well, sure. I won't be starting from scratch, so this should be doable by next week's meeting.
Then you'll be fine.
Wow. She showed her confidence really well, considering how much of a non-answer that was. Still, it feels like I'm doing the bare minimum. This is all any of the other should be doing. When I think about it like that, I start getting annoyed. After taking a sip of her drink, Millie takes her little worn notebook and adds something in her hurried handwriting. Perhaps a note about her tutoring or an idea of her own writing. As she finishes, she notices my glancing.
Keeping a notebook handy means I can quickly jot down my thoughts when inspiration strikes. You should try it. I think it'd really help you.
Don't know how much use I get out of a notebook filled with nothing but bad ideas.
Bad ideas are fine. Most of my notebook is junk I never end up using. But the few diamonds in the rough, sometimes even just a few words, can be enough to build on. Maybe it'll help you get into a creative mindset, too.
The management will be right. She probably is. But that doesn't mean I feel any sort of connection to what she's saying. It's like receiving a lengthy and thorough and thought-out lecture. In clear and precise terms. All perfectly delivered in hieroglyphics. I can't fucking read words. I can't say the word hieroglyphics for some reason. Hieroglyphics. I'll give her that she has the patience of a saint talking like this. She seems to enjoy the chance to talk about the mechanics of writing with someone who cares, even if it's only out of necessity.
So, what are you trying to say with all this?
Think of it like art. Instead of trying to make a gallery-worthy portrait off the bat, you're sketching out rough ideas to try different concepts from different angles.
Not the first example I'd expect to come out of her mind, given the circumstances.
You don't even have to show anyone. Just try describing an interesting person. Plot out a fun scene in a movie, or emulate an interesting passage you saw in a book. I think that's where you're getting tripped up, trying to write full stories right from the start without being comfortable with the act of writing itself. Without a solid foundation, the whole building falls apart.
And how long am I gonna be doing these sketches?
As long as you're writing, of course. It's a critical part of the process, no matter how experienced you are.
Fair. I'm never gonna contain my excitement. Unable to contain my excitement, I drink the rest of my increasingly lukewarm coffee. Unable to contain my excitement, I drink the rest of my increasingly lukewarm coffee. As spirited as I might feel about her feedback, at least it's a sense of direction. I'm not left wallowing in misery, even if I don't make it out in the end. Looking at my face, brimming with excitement at the prospect of making meaningless scraps of writing over and over for weeks or months ahead, I can't help but feel out of pace right next to her. It isn't just her either. Darren's ability to scroll away about esoteric subjects, even as a freshman, still taunts me. And even Heather seems comfortable jotting down this and that to keep our studious leader off her back.
Hey, Millie?
Yes?
I know I'm at least partially to blame, and I really appreciate it, but how do you find so much energy to devote to this? Writing in general, I mean.
The question takes her a little off guard, breaking through her lecturing attitude as she thoughtfully sets down her drink.
Why write, huh? I suppose that I could say something corny, like creativity brings out the best in people, or something. Spin some tale about the power of the great author's writings, opening one's mind and taking us on wild adventures.
I'm waiting for the bite.
I'm getting there.
Where's the butt? There's a butt. There's a butt there too.
My earliest memories are of my mother reading to me. We read a lot together, even as I grew up.
Ah, your mother. What was her name again? Quick. Tell me what her name is.
To Millie about what I was feeling.
I remember, yeah.
I've been sitting out there thinking. I'm in my 40s, hiding out in my kitchen, while two little girls I'm supposed to protect are arguing. It seems a little silly when I think about it like that. Millie, please understand when I say, I love you both with all of my heart. I am so sorry that I haven't reached out to you when I should have. I am so, truly deeply sorry I have failed to show you that all this time. I wanted to move forward together, but I was afraid. You deserve better. But even still, if I could undo everything, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I'd never be able to look at myself in the mirror again if you two cut each other out of your lives. It'd break my heart like nothing else. So I understand if your feelings haven't changed. I'd understand if they never change. But please, please, don't hold anything against Caprice.
I'd never... I don't need you to convince me we're a family. I know that, and I never wanted you to call off the wedding. I need you all to understand it. It's still different for me, you know?
I don't. At all. I'll never be Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide. That's her name. That's her name was Adelaide.
Maybe it's a little selfish, but I wanted to hold on to that feeling. Maybe even share that sense of companionship with others. Making our own personal connections through reading and writing together. That's what this club is supposed to be. A place for individuals to get together and offer each other glimpses into themselves to maybe find a speck of common interest to nurture and grow. Or, well, that's what I thought.
It hurts a little to see her wistful smile slowly fade. Reality is seeping in through the cracks of her carefully maintained idealism. Without Adelaide to read her stories as a child.
I guess it didn't quite work out that way.
That was heavier than I expected from a question intended to simply fill the air.
Well, no reason why it still can't be.
I guess she was expecting something more defeatist from me, given the surprise on her face.
No, of course. Thanks for the reminder.
For what it's worth, I'm glad you managed to find a hobby that means so much to you.
We all have our vices.
Taking my coffee in one hand, and I grab my backpack from the ground and sling it over my shoulder as I rise to my feet.
Where are you off to?
The washroom.
Much as I'd love to stay and talk more, I also like being able to pay rent, so I'm off to the diner for the evening shift. See you tomorrow, Millie.
Don't follow me. Or do. It's weird. It's your choice, though, I guess.
Oh, and sorry about the grumbling. I just haven't found my footing yet. I'll have a proper look over your notes when I get home and start working on a second draft.
It's no problem. Make sure you buy a notebook sometime. A proper one. Spoil yourself. I'm sure it'll help.
Why do I spoil myself with a notebook? As usual, it doesn't take long for it to bounce back. At least we're not parting on a sad note. With that, I give her a curt wave and start off out the cafe. But I can't read. I can't read at all. With that, I give her a curt wave and start off out the cafe. I can't say today was exactly productive, but I suppose I should count myself lucky that Millie's taking this tutoring seriously. Looking back, I see Millie taking her notebook in hand and taking out more notes for herself. I wonder if anyone else gives it much thought. Hello, I'm at work now.
Death.
Huh?
Death comes for me.
It's the work pains.
Oh, don't be so dramatic.
But mother, I must be dramatic, for death cometh to me. Thine life, thine work. She flicks my back with a hand towel, but I barely flinch. I've had some long days here, but today was crazy, even by our standards. I shouldn't complain. A lot of people in my age can't even get a job. Having my mom around does make things better. I get along fine with other staff, too, though we rarely actually share a shift. Still, I can bring myself to eat burgers. No, not after making them once. One after another. For hours on end every shift. Mom visibly reassesses her snark after I push myself off the counter and look up to her. Yes, I'm not hiding the exhaustion well, not like I was trying to.
Thanks for your work, dear. It was a rough day, but you got through.
I'm going to sleep forever when I get home.
I don't know about forever, but you've earned yourself a good rest.
She looks at me for a moment before shuffling herself into the booth, patting the seat next to her. Eager for an excuse to rest my feet, I oblige. Hello, Mother.
Are you okay, Ollie?
Never.
I'm fine. Just tired.
I am never okay, Mother. No point in complaining to her. Not like Mom can change anything. When I think about it, I think most of my problems come down to feeling like I have no control over my life right now. With so few cooks and Mom already overworked, I have to fill in when I can at the diner. Then there's the fact that all my time between sleep, school, and work is filled with frantic studying just to keep up with others in my classes.
How is school going? You said that you joined a new club, right?
Sure did, Mother.
Yeah, the writing club. It's a bit weird, but at least it'll help me get the credits I need.
A bit weird?
They show up whenever they feel like it and barely even pretend to work while they're around. The supervising professor doesn't bother attending at all while the leader is Well, she tries her hardest. I wish I had an ounce of the passion she has, whether for writing or anything else. It'd make this a lot easier.
Sounds like she's an admirable person.
She is. That's what bugs me.
Oh, you think she's being taken advantage of?
Yeah. Everyone shows up, but doesn't bother putting in any effort. She must know that, but she just smiles through it.
I think that's what bothers me so much about her tutoring. Am I taking advantage of her enthusiasm? Like the others? The only reason I'm in this club is to pass my exams after all. As I think to myself, I noticed a familiar smile on Mom's face. The same she gave me as a child whenever she saw through a petty lie, whenever she saw what I was actually saying.
I'm sure she'd be happy to see you care so much.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe I have a future in writing after all, with how easy I apparently am at to read.
Either way, it sounds to me like the club being all on the same page would help the both of you out quite a bit.
Do you think I should be doing something about it?
That's for you to figure out. You know best. All I'm saying is that sometimes doing things we're not used to is a good thing. Life would be awfully boring if we all stayed the same our whole lives, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You're not wrong.
Oh, I almost forgot. If you need any time off work for club things, just tell me. I'm sure I can pull some strings.
I cringe a little at her after-acted wink. I can pull some strings. Some strings. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wink, 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 wink. I've no doubt Mon's doing what she thinks is best for me, but I couldn't possibly ask that of her. She'd already run off her feet just to make ends meet. Not that she'd tell me, so there's an unwritten understanding between us that we're both in this together. It's not like I'm working to pay her back for the college stuff, but like, am I doing enough? Is me sending a bunch of my paycheck to her for college funds enough? Is that enough? Will she appreciate it? Or will she just give it back to me on Christmas Day? Writing might not come naturally to me, but I guess I owe it to Millie to do what I can do for the club. If it was wrong to use it to pass my exams, then bounce and leave them to their fate. Yeah, it'd be crazy. It's crazy. Imagine that. Imagine just joining a club and leaving. It's not like Millie just gonna join Priest eventually, or they're around or whatever. Fucking Heather. Fuck Heather. Somehow it feels like an even steeper slope to climb than all the other stresses in my life right now. Crazy. That was crazy once. You left me in your room. A few days later. To my side, a couple of plastic bags shifting together as I walk. By some nice miracle, the half-dozen hearty muffins somehow survived the bike trip over. It's not often that I get the chance to cook for others outside of work. Though my motivations aren't exactly pure. If Millie's optimism can't get people invested in the club, then maybe outright bribery will. Coming to the door, I can already hear Millie's muffled lecture, taking a breath to summon what little energy I have at this time of day. I take the door handle in hand and swing it open. Millie moves to welcome me in, but She trails off in confusion as her gaze falls to the bag at my side. Anya beams a grin with an arm around the back of her chair, contrasting the stiff and overly formal Darren. Heather is not here. It's not the first time she's outright skipped, so not the biggest surprise. With a cursory greeting, I drop the bag on the table and roll down the sides, plucking out several large plastic containers and popping open their lids. The sweet smell arises from the food despite having been baked in the morning. Everyone gathers around, their eyes sparkling as I finish unpacking the rest of my morning's efforts. If they took half as much interest in the club as they did this weed in business.
Olive.
Did you get lost on the way to the baking club or something?
Says the woman in her mechanic jumpsuit. Cooking and baking is a bit of a hobby, so I just figured I'd bring some stuff in is all.
Well, no complaints here.
Well, I have a complaint right here.
Take what you like. I didn't bring these in for show and tell. Just have them while you're writing or whatever.
Yeah, I'll bribe them. Get in here, I have snacks.
I hope I don't sound ungrateful for asking, but what's the occasion?
Nothing. It's bribery, motherfucker.
Well, you know...
Bribery. I have no idea how to word this in a way that isn't teeing with, pessimism.
The club's had a rough start this semester. I figured something like this might improve the mood a bit and get people motivated is all.
Bribery. Thankfully, it looks like the answer is more than acceptable as Millie's initial shock melts into a smile.
That's really sweet. Thank you.
You know what's also sweet? These muffins. These muffins are also pretty sweet. They're pretty sweet muffins. These muffins. Because I'm making muffins. It's not the first time I've seen her smiling, but something about this time combined with their tone feels considerably more genuine than before. The sincerity of it is enough to make me look away before I start blushing. With no need for further prompting, the feeding frenzy begins as multiple hands dive in at once for this treat or that, and a single chocolate-flavored muffin rescued for myself. Heading to my usual desk to get back to Millie's etching notes, I turn around to see the club members chatting away between themselves. Millie delicately tries to catch the crumbs with a hand below her chin, while Darren's technique consists mostly of taking small nibbles at it at a time. Tanya, meanwhile, shows no such restraint. I was hoping people were taking my while we were writing suggestion to heart.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Millie seems to be happy, chatting away, starting fun, calling it a small victory. Maybe I should make the most of the social atmosphere, especially since I'm going to be around these people for a while yet. Yes. Choices. Oh, look, it's Millie. Millie. Me. I could watch Tanya. It wouldn't hurt to get closer to Millie's friend. I could reach out to Darren. It's been a while since it'd be nice to catch up. Ask about Heather. Part of me doesn't want to bother, Millie continues to be an enigma. She plainly doesn't care for writing at all, and varies from grievance to outright hostility towards the club members. While she's still a member at all, I don't understand. Given how antagonistic she is to the club, maybe meeting her on more neutral ground sometime in the future would be for the best. Millie notices me catching her eye as she and Tanya stop talking.
Hey, Millie. Know where Heather might be?
She thinks to herself for a moment, but it's Tanya who speaks first.
She keeps her business to herself, but I've heard her slip about her media studies and journalism courses before.
That's something to go on, at least.
What an interesting
Thanks.
hobby.
Don't know why anyone would give someone like her the time of day, though.
Hey, don't fucking judge me.
Well, it's just... I've been around for a few weeks now, but I think I can count the number of times I've seen her around on one hand.
Woo! One hand! Scouting!
Consider yourself lucky.
Tanya, please.
Be cursory. Have some tact. Millie's protest seems to be do the trick in silencing Tanya's complaints, even if the look on her face makes it obvious she has a lot more to say on the matter.
Either way, I was just curious. Thanks for the heads up.
Very helpful.
There's quite a lot of food here. Why'd you make so many different flavors?
For fun.
Didn't know what you guys would like. Besides, muffins are easy because you can throw in whatever's handy for flavoring. Chocolate chips, cocoa, fruits, that sort of thing.
I was gonna ask fruits? Because I thought of whole ass mango chunks. Like, why are you putting ass whole ass mango chunks in your muffins? I'm like, blueberry muffins exist. Strawberry muffins exist. I was like, yes, whole ass giant mango chunks in your muffins. I think it's probably because I'm eating durian wafers, and I thought about weirdly exotic-ish fruits. Oh yes, durian muffins. You'd hate that.
The others seem to like them too. It's good to see everyone chatting like this.
2 of them. Could have been 3. Could have been all 3 of them.
Have to admit, it's different than when you do it for a job. After a while, you forget how nice it is to watch people enjoy the food you've made for them, and having a good time while eating together.
Oh. Oh my fucking... Now there's a piece of fucking wafer stuck on my lips and blocking me from talking normally. I'm trying to take a bite of this durian wafer. The fucking dry ass piece of wafer gets stuck on my fucking lip, and it was like, oh yes, I got life now. I can't fucking get it off of it. This is a great time to exist. It's great. It isn't long before Darren says goodbye. Bye! Pushing the last chunk of muffin into his mouth with his thumb on his way out. As Tanya sees him off, she looks back.
So, the big question. Who gets the rest?
Not me, I don't need it. We ended up getting through about half of them by the looks of it. Even with Darren and Tanya's appetites not quite being up to task. I do appreciate Millie looking to me first for an answer.
I can make more anytime. You guys decide between yourselves.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Going by how fast Millie agrees and takes up position. This must be a normal way of sorting out disagreements between the two. The faces look oddly scary, given how low stakes this is. It's just muffins. It's just muffins. Why so serious about muffins? Without a word of communication, they begin the rounds. Apparently being best 2 out of 3, going by how fast I can barely keep track. Graceful in victory, winning the final round with paper to Tanya's rock. Millie silently grins ear to ear as Tanya sighs.
Such is life. See you guys later.
Nothing. Sulking Tanya wanders out while scratching her head. Millie waves her off as she goes.
I'm alright to clean up by myself. You can go if you want.
Thanks. Sorry for turning the meeting into this.
You hardly need to apologize. It's nice to see everyone enjoying themselves in the club. I really appreciate this, Olive.
You're only saying that because you ended up with all the leftovers.
Probably. I deserve that outing. Oh, I should turn the porch light on now. I'll be right back. By the time I'm finally out the door, since it's already rolling in, just right now, it's already rolled over. Actually, I think it's rolling in right now as well. What great timing! Again, amazing timing on me. By the time I'm finally out of the door, since it's already rolled in. Given that riding in the dark makes me nervous, I start on the path to the bike rack with no detours.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey! She has headphones on. What am I even doing? What am I even doing? She has AirPods in. She can't hear me. Reaching out to take them off, it looks like Haley noticed me before I could. Before I collected myself and pretend nothing happened. Try as I might to get a read on her, but I just can't do it. That face of hers is inhumanely flaccid.
Sup?
The clouds. She approached me.
Just saying hi. What are you listening to?
Takes the headphones from around her neck and offers them to me without a word. All the more curious, I dutifully take them and after a moment to brush my hair back, hold them to my ear for a quick listen. That's about all the reaction I can muster from the tune. I'm not even sure why I asked. Music is totally out of my usual wheelhouse. Unlike the Bell House. I work at the Bell House. Also, that's a wheelhouse. Left none the wiser, I give up and pass the headphones back to their owner. The item slung around her neck in a smooth and practiced motion. She quickly picks up on my nonplussed expression.
They're good for tuning things out, at least.
Nice.
What do you think about when you're alone in those headphones?
Everything. Nothing. Yes.
Stuff. This and that.
Good answer. Good answer. I like that answer. She just shrugs as much to me as her own inability to give a meaningful answer.
So, I hear you're in the writing club now.
I sure am.
Apparently so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently.
Well, now that you're officially part of this, try not to worry much about the arguments between those two. If either of them give you any trouble, just give me a yell.
How? I don't have your phone number yet.
It's not really a big deal. Sometimes people just don't get along.
As she goes silent, I find myself wondering if she agrees or if I'm something wrong. I have a feeling I'm going to be left wondering too.
I assume you're not following us home?
That'd be weird.
Sorry?
Considering you stopped me in front of Millie's car.
Oh! As Haley points behind me, all I can do is give an intensely awkward chuckle as I try and laugh it off. Not your best moment, Olive.
Oops. Sorry. No, just on my way to pick up my bike.
She doesn't react one way or another, leaving me no indications as to whether it's or not she accepted that.
Here I was, thinking I'd picked up a stray cat.
Ah, a shame. Me a fox next time. Maybe you could pick up a stray fox next time, Haley. Maybe you could offer them some food. Patch up their leg. Who knows what you could do, Haley? And the sky is the limit. No. Maybe a stray fox. And then the fox will just tell you this. Where's the button?
I love you too.
Or maybe you could say, it could talk me, or maybe the fox could do this to you.
You don't look any older.
Maybe you could pick up a stray fox. Attempt to have a friendship with them. Have the fox fall in love with you while you go off and live your life as an artist, as a writer. Get married. Adopt children. Die. Get cremated. Get scattered into the wind. Sometime later. That's it.
See you later. Hope the club works out for you.
Bring her headphones back up to her head. Done with our conversation. That's more than fine with me. Getting on my way, pace. My pace a little faster than before to skip the situation. I only realized the fact that it's Jong-in, it's Adox and Dot just having a conversation very often. It only took me until that moment to realize, oh yes,
the end for me.
this is in fact Miho and Jong-in again. It took me multiple weeks to realize, oh yes, it's just the two having a nice conversation again. I groan, scribbling out an entire paragraph in frustration before I can crumple the paper into tweet. If it were any other time in my life, I may have accepted the admittedly mediocre work I've been struggling over for the past 3 hours. Unfortunately, I can't. Especially not here, where my spot in the corner of the diner I can see Mum rushing to and fro to fulfill a giant to-go order that came in during her lunch break. Not worse than lunch rush. She practically wrestled me back to the seat when I tried to help her. The very least I could do while I'm here is write a good paper, I thought. But no such luck. I can barely get past the full sentence before second guessing it. It's supposed to be a simple creative exercise in analyzing 2 short stories and creating your own in the same style.
What does analyze even mean? If he'd said critique, at least I could just complain.
Well, what's the story structure like? What was it? Is it in the first person? Third person? Or the rare second person? Wow. What's the theme? What's the moral of the story? You know, all that jazz of analysis.
Oh, is that grumbling I hear?
Hi, Millie, what up, fam? Millie peeks over my shoulder for a moment before giggling at my surprise, sliding in the seat across from me. Who would like the tweet? It's Ava. That's fine. I'm dreading the hilarity that will ensue when Mari wakes the fuck up and looks at the tweet that I tagged her in. It's now 6 a.m. She could be wakened by now. Who knows? Not me. I should be embarrassed at all the drafts scattered across the table. Instead, I barely grimace as she gingerly pushes some of the crumpled papers aside. Hello, Cornerock. Welcome.
I see you have your work cut out for you already, huh?
My torture, you mean?
It's torturous.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
Luckily for you, I'm here to rescue you.
It's torture. Humming to herself triumphantly, she pulls a tote bag upright, rummaging around the contents inside. The stream's going well. Nothing too much to report on. I'm slowly pushing my chair closer into position because I'm sitting gaily. But yeah, I have met a bitch named Heather again. Come to the realization that the mean girl is a bitch and her name is Heather, and it is Heather's reference. It'd be funny if it's Heather's reference. I don't think it is though. It'd be funny if it's a channeling reference. I don't remember. No, definitely not McNamara. She pulls 2 notebooks out with a theatrical ta-da gesture, waving them in front of her face.
Notebooks?
They're for you.
Not just any notebooks. Take a look.
In one hand, a bright pink one labeled Notes, and adorned with all manners of sticky notes. Bookmarks and scrap papers sticked out from it. The other is more plain, black, without eye-catching material besides a sticker of a cat. Wary, I take the pink one and begin flipping through it. Every page has a neat header, date, and note from top to bottom. Most of them have a "We're excited" section, naming the textbook and a relevant story. In all, it looks like a teacher's assistant cheat sheet for the entire class, detailing every detail, easy to navigate, and an even better resource than the textbook itself.
What? How did you get this?
I made it!
What do you mean?
Which professor did you steal it from? I won't tell.
You're flattering me. They're my notes from the semester. I took that class already, remember?
No way. My face must portray the accurate amount of awe and a healthy amount of alarm when she quickly laughs and takes the notebook, closing it.
Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't bother being so meticulous if it was anything but writing. But since I was running the club, I really wanted them to stand the test of time. I do want them back, but...
She timidly plays with her braid for a moment, looking a bit sheepish.
Well, the class is pretty front-heavy on essay work. You can use them as reference if you ever feel lost or need inspiration.
You think I'm gonna blow my nose? fun fact, I still have the Pepsi and milk in the fridge.
I don't know what to say. Just, obviously... Thank you. Really. I owe you.
Please, it's fine.
She pauses at the bell of the restaurant's ring. Pauses the bell to the restaurant rings. A customer hopping up the front and collecting their bags. Upon bags of takeout. As they leave, the smell of fresh pressed paninis and fries follows.
Well, actually, if you could cook something for me again, that may be a fair trade. I've been daydreaming about those muffins.
Why are you dating about muffins?
If I pass this next round of papers, I'll make you a full course meal.
What's the deal?
It's a deal. You better not fail on purpose to weasel out of it.
Tempting. Tempting to, fail the whole ass fucking class test. Just to spite you. I don't know why I do that, but it'd be funny. If only had the luxury. Millie scoots back out of the booth, pulling up her tote and adjusting her vest.
Well, I'm off. Junebug needs an oil change. I'll tell your mom you're in good hands.
Sure. Take it. Wait. You know my mom?
Huh? She's a shrug, sparkling smile, and accentuates. She's a shrug, sparkling smile, and accentuates it with a little shrug.
You look like her. And when I came in, she couldn't stop boasting about how proud she is of her kids sitting in the back working non-stop on their college papers.
Mother? I sneaked to my seat, feeling heat rush to my face in the corner of my eye as I see Millie giving my mom a big wave of a rather guide.
Right. Thanks.
Oh, you're so dramatic. You should feel lucky to have such a doting mom.
You would say that, Millie, wouldn't you?
Well, it's more about how openly she'll air out my struggles to strangers. But yeah.
Millie laughs a bit and shakes her head, taking her leave without further ado. It was about time to seeing of my regs that I give a giant sigh and slump entirely in the booth. The second notebook sits across from me at the table untouched. I drag it over to my side and flip open the first page. A bright pink sticky note immediately catches my eye, so I sit back up. It's gay to read it. Hang in there. Hang in there.
I'll try.
The pages are filled with mistakes. The first drafts, forgotten ideas, photographs that forgot their meaning halfway through. Far from anything I'd seen Millie show in public before. I flip up my own notebook and begin my first draft. Again. For the 20th time. A few days later. I walk up through the streets with my plastic bag ruffling away in my hands. When I check my phone for directions, I catch the time, and well, it's 11 o'clock on the dot. Right on time. Welcome back. We're here. The paper went well enough. A solid B+. Which means I'm on the hook for a meal. Their apartment is quite a hike from my own on foot. But the traffic around here is light, and the nearby buildings look well maintained, if not very modern. I eventually locate the complex entrance and make my way through the gate, finding my way outside their door not long after. I get a couple quick knocks, a second or two of silence passes before a muffled voice speaks up from inside.
Hello, who is it?
It's me. Olive.
It's just me.
The click and a shunt. The lock jiggles open, but the door itself falling soon after.
Good afternoon, Olive. Come right in.
What were you expecting? I pull the cheery woman as she walks back in, carefully close the door behind me. Noticing the shoes stacked on the carpet beside the door, I shuffle off my own and nudge them with my feet before continuing on to my small entryway. Into the small entryway. Odder. As I scan the living room, it's clear that things have been hastily tidied for my arrival. In the same way that a reluctant child might clean their bedroom when told to by their mom. Well, the floor is mostly clear. Clothes have been piled up at the back of the seats and peek around bulging cupboard doors. Books, plush animals, magazines, DVDs all lie where they were last used, and the dining room table has become a makeshift study area by the looks of things.
Sorry for the mess.
No, it's nice. Well, aside from...
I trail off as my gaze turns to the kitchenette on my left. Unwashed dishes and glasses sit piled up around the sink, and jars of ingredients sit neglected on the counter. It all must have gone bad by now. I start rubbing the back of my neck as the anxiety creeps in. My diner's hygiene and kitchen protocols, having been drilled into me for years, has affected me more than I thought. This is horrid looking.
We're not as tidy as we could be.
It's not that unusual, I guess.
I'm surprised how unconvincing I made that sound.
I'll clean up before getting started. I brought some stock and rice, so I should be able to work with whatever else is here.
What if there's nothing here?
Thank you so much. If I have one more pack of noodles, it might be the end of me.
Let it came. Nobody should be living off solely off ramen.
Before you start, at least let me show you around.
Sure.
Sure, lead the way.
Putting out this and that. From the location to the bathroom to where Haley and Caprice's rooms are. You're at Millie's room and she swings open the door.
And this is my bedroom. It's a bit cramped, but you get used to it.
Wow, you're not gonna. You're just gonna. Wow, that's a bit forward. That's fast. No, I don't dig that. No, that's fast. You're not wrong about the size. Most of the apartment space is being dedicated to the combined living room and kitchen. She's made good use of the bookshelf being filled to capacity, and a laptop and a well-used notebook squeezed onto the old table in the corner. It's impressive that she's managed to make such a claustrophobic space feel so homey. The series of books on the shelf next to me catch my eye, and I reach out to take one of the thicker ones. The majority of the books seem to be in this style, being plain hardcovers with titles in gilded cursive, as many being non-fiction as fiction. As Mel looks back to me for a comment, I realize that I probably should have asked first.
Sorry, curiosity got the better of me. I have to admit, though, child psych is a pretty niche genre.
Looking back over this particular space on the shelf, she has quite a few books on the subject.
Looks like I've been found out. I want to write children's books. A lot of people think it's easy, but there's actually a lot of thought behind them.
Fair.
Huh. When you said you liked writing, I assumed that meant you wanted to be a novelist or something.
You can be both.
I wouldn't mind trying my hand at it, but children's books are where my heart is.
I wonder why.
To see a parent reading my books to their child
Look at your mom.
and seeing their faces light up as they learn about the world. It might not be the most glamorous or well-paying career, but I wouldn't care if I knew I'd achieved that.
Look at your mom.
Sorry, I'm rambling. We should get started on lunch, shouldn't we?
I forgot her name again. As I nod, I find myself struck by her conviction. Adelaide. Her name was Adelaide. The pile of dirty dishes slowly starting to sink in. To shrink. Oh my fucking god, that was not on purpose. That was not on purpose. Oh yes, the sink. The dirty dish is sinking in. Great job, me, in my brain. Being able to read words that says shrink but not sink, and I said sink in. As if the dish is not already in the sink. With the pile of dishes slowly starting to shrink, I managed to make good progress in the washing while Millie tidies up elsewhere in the apartment. Either inspired or embarrassed by my being here. I could probably just shift some things aside and cook right now, but might as well go the whole 9 yards if she's going to as well. The creak of the door of the apartment barely reaches my ears past the noise of the running tap. It isn't long before I see who our visitor is. Poking it around the corner. It's the person who lives here. Not much of a visitor, I miss it. Haley just managed to keep her placid face at the sight of me, taking off her ever-present headphones and setting them around her neck with practiced ease. I'm starting to wonder if she wears them to bed at this rate.
Hey, Millie! Some weirdo's broken in and is doing our dishes.
I'm the weirdo doing your dishes and broken in!
Let them finish before calling the cops.
Okay.
That's funny. That's funny. That's a good one. Pick me up.
Hey, Millie! Some weirdo's broken in and is doing our dishes.
Let them finish before calling the cops.
Fuck you, Millie.
Hi, Ailey.
Hi, weirdo.
Has Millie really stuck you on dishwashing duty?
Technically, I was here to make lunch, but there's no point in making food if there's nothing to put it on.
Fair.
I'd apologize for the mess, but I assume Millie's beat me to the punch already.
Whatever. What's some more apologizing? You never apologize too much. Actually, that's a lie.
Is it always like this?
Yes.
We just scavenge whatever's mostly clean till we run out of plates. It's worked out fine for 2 years now.
I'm sorry, what now? 2 years of living like this. I can't believe I even have second thoughts about having my life together. As Millie comes in, Haley gives her a quick wave.
Caprice lives here too, right? Am I cooking for 3 or 4?
She's visiting her mom, so it's 3 today.
Maeve. Millie still comes across as annoyed at this mere mention of her. I guess the rivalry runs pretty deep. Yes. The rivalry. Nothing else. Nothing else is going on here.
I've been calling you.
3 it is then. Any allergies?
Humans.
I'm allergic to greens.
Oh, I'm green! How am I supposed to tell if she's joking when she uses the deadpan voice? The only hint is Millie's unsurprised sigh. But I am green. I'm green. Oh no. Millie signals the end of a lunch. Signals the end of lunch as she sets her fork down. The curry I made with foraged ingredients, made extra mild as Millie's request, turns out to be a hit with the two, both of them looking satisfied with their meal.
Thanks again for that. That was amazing compared to what we usually have.
Ramen.
Could have been spicier.
Well, too bad.
I'll leave the recipe. You can cook some up yourself. That's exactly how you like it.
And that's why there isn't a Millie Route. Because ramen? What's why? Because ramen?
First time in a while I've cooked a meal for people other than myself.
Ah,
so
the
I'm glad it worked
greens.
out alright.
Isn't that expensive? Living alone and all?
I mean, you don't need to buy a lot of ingredients, right?
I've always been... what's the best word for it?
Conservative.
Cheap?
Frugal?
Let's go with frugal.
Let's go with frugal. I like frugal better than cheap. Cheap sounds bad. Frugal sounds snazzy.
Only needing to cook for myself saves a lot of time. Plus, I get leftover vegetables and stuff from work that are about to expire and can't be used.
I do something similar. I save a bit by sometimes visiting bakeries just before they close for the day. They'll usually throw extra food in the bag for you that probably won't sell in time.
Oh, snazzy.
Do you guys actually cook much?
No! They don't cook for shit!
I can cook the basics.
Haley's eyes narrow.
The very basics.
Of what? Egg? Because Caprice can't do egg.
Same. Rice and pasta are easy enough to throw in a pot.
They sure are. Get a rice cooker.
And Caprice?
Can't cook for shit!
Caprice is banned from cooking.
Ever since the egg incident, yes.
I may want to hear the details, but the looks on their faces makes it clear this is the ground best left untrodden. Our conversation is interrupted by a simultaneous buzzing from mine and Millie's phones. Likely from the writing club group chat. It's hard to get any sort of discussion in it, and I've admittedly been pretty bad about checking it myself. Millie never reaches for her phone immediately, just quickly, frown forms in her face. Curiosity getting the better of me, I pull out my phone in my own pocket to see myself. Oh. Hey, sorry, I know this is last second. I won't be at the next meeting. Is there a reason why? I need to submit an attendance sheet to faculty soon. Yeah, sorry, just a busy week in general. Can I at least get your signature sometime this week? I'll try. LMAO. LMAO. Is there getting advance warning this time? I'm out too. The answer is no, by the way, before you ask. I look up from my phone screen to see Millie slump in her seat. Her phone buzzes again, not long after, the message only making her frown more.
What's up?
It's Tanya.
Oh, that was Tanya. Whoopsies.
Is that bad?
She said she'd get some of her friends in her machinist class to sign for Darren and Heather.
The long, exasperated sigh, Millie drags herself up, excusing herself to the nearby kitchen to sift through their cupboards.
Bad news?
Hell yeah. Hilly leans in closer to me, keeping her voice down while she spies. She spies and pries on the situation.
What do you think?
What do you think? Didn't respond to my sarcasm directly, instead opting to for one of those shrugs she loves so much.
Welcome to the writing club, I guess.
Yup. My head firmly meets the countertop, but an air exit through a display of frustration. It doesn't last there long, with a sharp clearing of the throat from Millie bringing my eyes upwards. I shouldn't facepalm while wearing a fucking ring on my middle finger on my right hand.
I keep this bottle hidden away in the back for special occasions.
Huh?
I guess they don't all need to be positive ones. Either of you interested in a glass?
What time is it? It's like 3 p.m. Takes a whole wine bottle and a couple glasses on the counter. Now that my head is no longer occupying the space.
When'd you get that?
Oh, well, you know.
Do I? Do I know?
I'll pass.
I've got a shift tonight, so I better not either.
I guess you're drinking alone, Millie.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's more than fair.
You're still pouring yourself a glass, aren't you? Mentioning it out loud reminds me to check my phone again to confirm the time. Good thing I did. I stayed a bit longer than I planned. I take to my feet, pushing my seat in after I'm up.
On that note, I better start making my way home to prepare. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for the meal. You're a lifesaver. Really.
A lifesaver? A lifesaver?
You're a lifesaver. Really.
Wait, that was the exact same fucking words Millie just said. Word for word, except for the thank you. The meal. I didn't realize that. Funny.
No problem. I wouldn't mind doing it again sometime.
Oh, we could.
Sounds like a plan. Looking forward to it.
Hey, Haley, this you?
I'm starving. Thanks.
This you, Haley? This you, Haley? That you? Wait, give me a second.
No problem. I wouldn't mind doing it again sometime.
Oh, we couldn't.
I'm starving. Thanks.
Get your hand. You starving, Haley?
Haley.
Are you starving? You starving, motherfucker? You a starving artist? Taken literally? The bickering managed to eke a smile out of me, despite the last-second downer the club brought out our lunch. With a quick wave and a couple goodbyes, I leave the two to enjoy the rest of their day.
Okay. See you then.
A few days later, I'm starving. It's not exactly how I expected to spend my free time, but at least the art building is quiet enough to hear myself think. Darren is at least sort of reliable when it comes to attending club meetings and actually participating. Heather is more of an enigma. Why bother showing up when you so blatantly don't care for the place? Something has to be going on with her. Indistinct sounds can be heard from up ahead. The door to the nondescript room closed and lights off. Suspecting I've found my target, I walk up and gingerly open the door. The sight inside shows I've hit the jackpot. The step inside, Ailey's head silhouetted by the projector's flickering light. I stroll up behind her to see the screen better. She looks over her shoulder, barely acknowledging my presence before going back to walking the screen. Looks like the movies from the 80s or early 1990s. Going by the fashion and video quality. Not much more than a B-grade slasher or horror movie filmed in a cheap and unsteady camera.
Interesting taste.
If you're going to bother me anyway, sit down and watch.
At least she's not shooing me away. I guess we're not whispering anymore. I sit into one of the uncomfortable chairs, yes, beside her, and cast it's beside me. She looks perfectly at home as she sits watching cross-legged, blowing bubbles with her chewing gum. This doesn't feel like an intended use of the media room's projector system, but I suppose it isn't hurting anything.
Not really the kind of thing I'd expect you'd be into.
Shh.
As Moo takes her attention, I follow her gaze.
You came just in time for the best part.
With the camera set ahead of her, a disheveled woman nervously steps through a wheat field in the heavy rain, a weak flashlight clutching tightly with both quivering hands barely piercing the night's darkness. With a sharp and ominous sound effect, a menacing shadowy figure reaches up behind her, her face freezing. The woman spins around and shrieks loudly, and then... oof. Though obviously fake, the gore is enough to make me cringe a little. Heather just keeps on chewing her gum, entirely unmoved.
You can tell someone was behind a movie like this. It isn't some committee of suits looking at statistics and focus groups. This is a director's vision, right there on the screen.
Right down to the blood squibs. Squibs. This implies you've never seen this before.
What brings you around to this corner of the campus? You in the habit of poking your head into any unlocked room you come across?
No, for you.
Not at all. It's, well, more like...
You're doing such a stellar job pleading your case here, Apricot.
What?
Olive.
She turns her attention back to the screen before I could get the word out. Guess I should have expected that.
So, what's your deal anyway?
You!
What do you mean?
Don't play dumb. Why's a well-adjusted, sensible person like you in some dead-end club like Millie's?
I fucking told you why I'm here! I need help fucking writing, my guy. What the, are you deaf?
You make it sound like the writing club's on life support.
Are you deaf?
Isn't it?
Maybe it is. So what? I give a half-hearted shrug. She's not wrong, but that's a far more blunt assessment than I expected.
I could ask you the same thing.
I have my reasons, just as I'm sure you have yours.
Motherfucker.
Perhaps our wonderful club leader has won you over.
Not yet. There are about a dozen different ways you could interrupt that way, though the smirk creeping onto Heather's face seems to imply the more embarrassing one.
She's nice, but I'm just there because I need the help to pass my writing classes.
As I said when I first walked in the fucking first thing. When you first met, I did say I would need out my fucking writing class, motherfucker.
No wonder she acts like your mom. You're the perfect little student for her to fuss over.
Motherfucker!
You really don't like Millie, do you?
Heather sits there a while, chewing her gum. We hate her! Goes to Twitter, looks at the tweet. It was either a tweet or it was a TikTok. I do remember Studio Alon posting something on social media about how a lot of people want to date Heather, but they can't date Heather because Heather is not dateable, is not a love interest. I think it was on Twitter. I think it was a TikTok actually. I think it was a TikTok if I remember correctly. I shifted a little in my hard seat. Heather. It was Heather. I know, 'cause it was a blonde lady with blue eyes and pink outfit. I remember what I saw. I'm not delusional. I'll look for it later. Just as I think she's tuned me out of her movie, she stops chewing and finally answers.
Who do you think was the first person in the writing club? Those still around, anyway.
I don't know. Why do you ask in such a weird way? That's not a terribly hard question. Millie might have joined as soon as she could. She and I are in our last year.
Millie, if I had to guess.
That's what you'd think, right? It was actually me.
It is a TikTok. It was a TikTok. I'm gonna send it to you.
Aren't you a year behind her, though?
I took a gap year. Little did I know the club would implode the moment I left.
Huh.
It was a real club back then. I knew everyone there, got on with them just fine. Not that I particularly liked writing, but the people there made it worth it.
Give me a second. I need to reply to someone on Discord. And I gotta send this to you, Awesome, to look at the TikTok.
And it evaporated by the time you came back?
Just a shriveled husk. Went from a couple dozen people to 3. Even that's being generous. That old grease monkey's only there to keep the head count above water.
Wow, you were really a bitch. There's a certain melancholic note in her last words, which is probably the closest to genuine open emotion I've seen from her. Not that I blame her, given how disheartening that'd be to come back to whether the blame for that could be laid entirely on Millie's feet. I'm not so sure about. Regardless, if it's clear, Heather's made up her mind. Silence lingers in her gaze, and her gaze goes back to the movie. The killer now hunting down another half-this teenager. I can't see the appeal to this stuff myself, and this isn't helping.
You mentioned something about needing bodies for the club, back when Darren and I joined. That's the first I've heard about any rule like that.
There's nothing official from the college admin about when a club gets shut down. What is a rule is that every club has to have a supervisor and an allocated budget.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what keeps a club going. And besides, the writing club doesn't even have a supervisor. I didn't see one in the art club either.
There is none for the art club.
The art club's nothing but a group of freaks who somehow got a set of keys to hijack a room.
That's really rude.
As for the writing club, well, you ever see that old raisin of a man around campus? Eyebrows that could double as bird nests? Hard to miss if you know him.
What if I don't know him?
He's one of my gen ed professors.
Gen Eds? The fuck is Gen Ed?
Opinions?
I usually like my teachers just fine, but he should have retired years ago. For some reason,
General
he
education.
couldn't, and now he takes it out on
The fuck is
everyone
general
around
education?
him.
What do you learn in general education? Besides general knowledge. What is general education? What is general? What is general?
Got it in one. Never met a student who liked him. Not even a goody two-shoes like you.
No, yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he got saddled with being the supervisor of the writing club. Now, what do you think happens when a club with a whole 3 people has a supervisor who doesn't want the job?
I see.
They dump it, I guess? If the member count is that big of an issue, how is it still around in that case?
I see.
Wait, why do you know so much about club politics anyway? I remember checking up on clubs before, and none of this is written on the school site or brochures.
Why would it be?
Same answer to both. I caught wind that the crotchety old fossil was going to get us shut down, so I persuaded him to leave it alone.
Huh?
How'd you do that?
Zeroed out the budget, and said he could keep sitting on his ass while the club managed itself.
Huh. So Darren and I just helped make more of an informal case for leaving the club alone. As long as we keep quiet and manage our affairs, the professor's lack of attendance will slide under the radar. Which also means that Millie is paying out of pocket for everything from the reference books to every perfectly organized pen, notebook, and marker.
I feel like I should be asking why.
That really doesn't matter. You should be thanking me for keeping your lifeline afloat for this long instead.
Yeah, you sure are Heather. You sure are Heather. You sure are Heather. You sure are Heather. Even when she's right, she's insufferable. You sure are Heather. You are in fact a Heather. 1 week later, you are a Heather through and through. I've never put much stock in possessions. A couple of plants to care for is just about the only luxury I've got going for me. As my aging bike grinds and creaks at the school gates, however, I realize I might be taking my frugality too far. I need to pick up some grease for this thing sometime, instead of just hoping I'll keep going. I haven't bought grease for my bike in like years. Also, I don't use my bike very often, so I'm like, why I don't need grease for my bike very often. Turning into the street, I noticed that old trolley slowly rattling onwards from its stop besides the campus. I might want to try and keep up with it as best I can, but I don't want to risk the bike being how it is.
I was just thinking that you look like
Your
the sort of
band's
person
got it
who would enjoy
banned!
one of our fairy kiss chillers.
For the stretch and the hydrate. You're weird. The platform lies empty of students except a lone woman leaning on a light pole and listening to music. I am slow to stop as my eyes meet. I idle up beside her, put a foot on the ground, to say to myself,
Mr. Trolley?
try as I might, it's hard to read anything on her plastic face.
Something like that.
Everything she says has an air of aloofness. Maybe I should find that snooty or arrogant, but I think just how she is, rather than anything intentional. Ellie visibly thinks to herself for a moment, rubbing the back of her neck. Finally coming to some sort of decision, she takes off her headphones and addresses me properly.
Hey, How far is your place from here?
Not too far. Close enough to bike at least.
Sounds good.
Alright, we're going there then.
Huh?
Just her head, like the answer should be obvious.
You can visit if you want, but I have work in a couple hours.
That's fine.
Well, glad that's been mutually decided at least. With that, I start for home, Haley trailing along beside me. Oh, okay then. Welcome to my house! Have you always been wearing a skirt? Actually, was it a skirt on this whole time? Am I just blind? After leaning my bike against the wall, I follow Haley in and close the door behind me. She has the look of a tourist, eyes darting from one area to another.
I didn't know anyone was coming, so it's a bit shabby. Don't get many visitors, really.
I was actually thinking how clean everything is.
Oh, thanks. Peeking through my normally enigmatic persona is an air of disbelief. I'm a bit mystified until I remember how their apartment was, and that was when they knew I was coming over. At least, if she's talking now, the ride here in total silence. The ride here? The ride implies you're riding your bike, and she was just walking behind. You're just trailing behind you somehow. The ride implies you're riding your bike from when you met, and when you left. What? The ride when total silence was one of the most strange experiences I've ever had. Something's eating at her, even I can tell that much by this point. Before I work out how to fill the air between us, Haley's eyes fall on an old console, sitting under my even older television. She puts her chin out towards it, a rare glimmer of interest sparkling in her eyes.
That old thing still work?
Fuck yeah.
Who knows? You can try if you want. I don't get much use out of it.
I want to talk to her about where this all came from, but the timing never quite seems to feel right. Haley picks up a controller as I fiddle around with the modest pile of games, nodding to the first I hold up before I put it in. A fighting game. I've tried a couple times. No sooner do I take a seat beside her and start up a match, and I put on the back foot. She pushes me to the edge of the map before juggling me into the air and comboing me over and over. Her work done as the round is called, she slumps back in the cushion. I managed to do a bit of damage, but it's already clear that I don't have a chance at winning any further matches. Well, if nothing else, at least this is a welcome distraction from the studies and work. We start another round. I try my best, but this goes about as well as the last. With the match finally over and Haley's easing off the controller, I get a chance to address the elephant in the room.
So, anything on your mind?
Just tired.
I see.
Not with school or anything, just those two.
That's fair. I mean, they're going through a whole marriage situation, engagement situation.
Are things really that bad?
It is.
I was about to go home on the trolley, but when the doors opened, I just...
I feel you. I feel you. Haley trails off, unsure how to explain herself, or rather, stopping herself from doing so. She puts control down and sighs.
Maybe I should just live alone like you. Nice and quiet here.
You don't sound super convincing.
You got me.
You got me. She leans back into the couch. I'm not sure if that signifies a pause or an end to the conversation.
I guess I just forgot how much I missed having a normal life with those two till you came around.
Me?
You coming over for lunch the other day was the first time in forever that apartment felt... ordinary. It's rare to see Millie that open and talkative at home. It was nice.
I can almost make out the corners of her lips curl up into a smile, but they're back to a frown before they get all the way there.
And then Caprice came home and got in Millie's face about the wine she left on the counter.
She sits there, staring into space as she recounts how the day ended. As she finishes the thought, her eyes meet mine and she corrects her posture, as if just remembering I was there.
Sorry for making this weird.
You're good.
She reached a break eye contact soon after my response, retreating back to her thoughts.
You should have seen them before all this. You'd barely recognize them.
That's the impression I get, yeah.
Nick's a little hesitating a moment before taking her phone from her pocket. I'm left to wait as she pokes about on it. Taps on the screen, then it shows it to me.
What's this?
A photo from about a year back, with Millie and Caprice. I've held on to it ever since.
A group of friends crammed into a tiny room. I recognize the others as the art club members, but Caprice and Millie definitely steal my attention away. Both smiling wide.
It was their first college party together. I wasn't actually there, but they both lit right up while telling me about it.
Who took the photo?
They told me all about the new friends they were making, the art club that Caprice made, how Millie was going to lead the big writing club soon and do all sorts of stuff with them. They had everything lined up for the future and were excited to get to it. It was easy to get caught up with their energy at the time.
She said her words before abruptly locking her phone and slipping it back into her pocket. I don't think I've ever seen Haley rattled like that before. Passing car on the street only highlights the sudden quiet.
I guess it didn't really turn out like that. Sorry again. I didn't mean to come over here and dump this all on you.
No, that's fine. It's better than nothing.
No, really, it's fine. I can't even begin to imagine what things must be like at your place nowadays. I'm surprised someone like you would be friends with two people who are so outgoing. Not that I mean that in a bad way, I
get what you mean. We met in high school. Well, more like they found me during high school.
You make it sound like they picked up a stray cat.
That's basically how it went. The two of them were practically inseparable. Picked up a new friend to share. Back when they were so gung-ho about their clubs, part of me was happy that they'd found friends who could keep up with them, who wouldn't be holding them back.
You and me might be in the same boat. I really admire Millie's passion, but I get tired just thinking about keeping pace with her sometimes.
There it is again. It's only slight, but that tug at the corner of her mouth shows she's feeling the same thing I am. A slight sense of camaraderie in our shared situation, dealing with two impossible people. With that, Haley picks herself up off the couch and takes a long stretch.
Thanks for letting me come over. I'd better let you get to work.
Sure. You gonna be okay getting back?
Yeah, the walk could be worse. I could do with the exercise anyway.
That's not what I meant.
It'll be fine. I just needed a break.
As she walks over to make her leave, Haley stops, looks back from the half-open door.
Oh, an olive?
Yeah?
Thanks again for coming over the other day.
No problem. Hopefully we can get Caprice around next time.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, hopefully. Catch you.
Yeah, catch you.
She strides out the door and shuts it behind her. With my guest gone and work imminent, I sink further into my couch cushions for lack of anything else to do. Mint chocolate chip! You know the answer. You already knew what you already knew what I wanted. Don't ask like you don't know what I fucking. You don't ask like I don't. actively advertise what ice cream I'm eating when I get ice cream, which is the mint chocolate chip. I should tell you all that whenever I get it from the fucking freezer when I have it. Every time it rains, there are a few poor souls left about underneath one of the campus building entrances, mourning their forgotten umbrellas or raincoats. Today, Tiny and I joined them. The storm came quick and recently. Might have missed the rain entirely if we hadn't been hanging around the rain club. Huh? Oh, I see. As the two of us quietly bemoan our circumstances, Millie joins us underneath the building with awning. Having finished her tidying up.
Ugh. All the times for the truck to be dead. I was gonna drive past the burger place on the way home, too.
The place with the giant spinning hamburger on the roof. With chipped paint all over the place?
That's the one!
That sounds not appetizing at all.
I feel like you could do a lot better for yourself.
It's cheap as dirt, though.
Nope, not good enough, sorry. Can't forgive any competition to our diner. Also, we have daily specials that run pretty cheap.
It's good that you managed to find work for yourself. The job market isn't easy these days.
You're not hiring, are you?
I don't think so.
Do you actually want to work customer service?
Yeah, I don't. She gives a long sigh.
Point taken. Begrudgingly.
With Tanya stewing in her misery, I look over to the mess of a walkway in front of us, coated in mud and dead leaves. Dread leaves.
Ugh. I'm gonna be stuck tracking mud into the apartment. Not to mention all the extra laundry I have to make time for now.
Rain's no big deal. It'll help the farmers out, given how dry it's been lately.
Realization strikes her as Tanya's face slowly collapses. She's normally such a easygoing person that it's rather jarring.
Something wrong?
My laundry is outside. In the rain. Oh, screw this.
Wait, I can give you a lift.
Before she can get the words out, Tanya tears off across the grounds with a backpack above her head. Her rapid... If I was swearing, not quite drowned out by the rain's low rumble. I learned a surprising number of new curses before she's out of earshot. Congrats! All of you learned something today. Watching her disappear out the gate and over the road, I don't think that's the kind of solution I ever commit to.
My car.
You tried.
Wait, how did you get to school today?
Bike.
Bike, as always.
It's gonna be fucking dead tomorrow.
Can I interest you in a ride?
Unless you can cram a bike in your dune buggy, my bike's gonna be dead tomorrow. Exhausted from school in the rush to her car in the rain, I end up sunken deep into the comfortable cushion of Millie's passenger seat by the time she pulled up to my place. She's a careful driver, especially in the rain, which suits me just fine. I do my best to pat down my wet hair with a sleeve, but all I do is rearrange the mess. Millie tries the same, to even worse results, as strands stick to her face.
Thanks again. I was dreading trying to get home in all this.
Considering I saw you two moping about at the entrance, it would have been mean to just leave you there.
Nothing yet. Detour. I don't know about moping. As my hand moves to the door, the shunting sound of doors locking rings out. Pulling out the handle a couple times confirms the fact that only make me more confused. What the fuck are you doing?
Millie, the doors are locked.
She leans over the steering wheel with a smile on her face. There's altogether too calm.
Tell me, what's on your mind?
Are you drunk?
Right now, whether my body will ever be found.
Hey! Hilarity. She goes, just audible. Moving the noise outside, I close my eyes to resign to my fate. The inside of the car rumbles from the pouring of the rain of the roof. Water pours down the windshield, reducing the street lamp ahead to shimmering blotches of light in the dark of night. The occasional car shoots by, only to disappear as soon as it arrives.
One more try, Olive.
Is this about the club?
Getting warmer.
Better that than is being with Haley's visit the other day. Better that than this being about Haley's visit the other day. At least disinterest in the craft aside, I feel like I've been a model student, which narrows it down to...
I've been asking around, I guess, about the state of things.
She stares at me, patiently waiting for me to say the words she wants to hear. After a few seconds, I gradually work up what she must be pulling me up about.
And I may have been avoiding bringing it up with you.
Her satisfied smile makes it clear I've come to the right answer. She sure pulls off a, convincing impression of a, teacher, sometimes.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
It was.
How did you end up hearing about this?
Haley?
People will tell you all sorts of things beyond what they're asked. I just struck up a conversation with them about you. You'll be pleased to know they're all quite opinionated on the subject.
Interesting. Her smile doesn't waver as she delivers that line, which twists in my stomach in a knot more than it should.
Look, I'm sorry for not talking to you directly, but I only avoided you because the club... well...
is on its last legs?
Mm-hmm.
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
I might try to be optimistic, but that doesn't mean I'm blind. You don't need to tiptoe around me like I'm a child. One thing still escapes me, though. Why bother in the first place?
It's entirely selfish, really. I was worried that if it fell apart, you wouldn't have a reason to tutor me anymore. I'm sorry. I have a lot riding on this.
It's the truth and makes perfect logical sense to me, but only seems to leave Millie more confused.
Did I say something wrong?
I've never seen that in a person before.
What?
So much effort put into convincing yourself you're not a good person.
Oh.
I promise to help you, with or without the writing club. Please don't call it selfish. Next time, just ask.
The baffled sense of faith written on her face almost makes me embarrassed. I don't think I'm wrong, but arguing that I'm not as good as a person as she thinks feels like a strange note to die on. The sharp shunt of the doors unlocking reverberates through the car, breaking me from my thoughts.
Sorry for putting you through this. I don't often get the chance to talk with you alone these days.
You're not mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you? All I wanted to know was what's going on. To be honest, I was a little worried you were thinking of quitting too.
I wasn't... Sorry. Lesson learned. I'll keep you in the loop with this sort of thing. In future. See you tomorrow, Millie. Oh, and next time you drive me somewhere, could you keep the doors unlocked?
Just smile as I step out into the rain and shut the door behind me. The hazards flashing away in the night as I jog inside. Stepping inside, I shut the door and take a long, deep breath, leaning back against it. My shirt's wet, sticking to my arms and dripping water onto the floor. My hair is a mess from the rain, and the water is reaching my socks. Despite that, I can't seem to bring myself to care about such things. I've seen the sight ahead of me countless times before, the same old apartment, just as I left it. The rain outside, pattering against the window, piercing the otherwise silent air. Broken heating, the aging television, everything the same as it ever was. Something is different, though. Only time worrying about being a burden on Millie has melted away, replaced with a feeling that we're a team. I guess I just have to live up to it then. A few days later, we're back at the fucking bar. I'm blue now. Because color theory. I was surprised to get a text from Tanya inviting me out for a trip to the bar with Millie this evening, especially given my status as a stick in the mud. Nevertheless, I was ready to validate that claim, initially rejecting the offer, even if I didn't have plans on campus tomorrow. I had a shift this evening. Emphasis on had. Given how eager Mom was to pick it up when I offhandedly mentioned the invitation. With my plans forcefully ripped from me, I find myself sitting at the same bar we visited near the beginning of the semester. We've been here a couple of hours, and my two drinking companions have wound down their excited conversation and have settled into a steadier, slower discussion. No doubt, partially because all of us are a few glasses deep at this point.
Nice to see you guys a bit more chilled out. Everyone around school's way too wound up about exams.
Given what I've managed to pick up on lately, I don't quite think that exams are what's weighing Millie's mind. In fact, when I look at her, it's hard to think of reasons why she wouldn't be stressed. Exams are the obvious one. For her home life is a mess given the tension with Caprice, not to mention the writing club slowly falling apart around her. And probably another source of worry for her too, as she tries to drag me over the finishing line to exams. She sure doesn't seem to have much sense of self-preservation.
Of all the things to stress about, exams seem perfectly acceptable.
In fact, I think you should be worrying about them a little more.
Come on, you know I'll be fine. There's still a month left anyway.
A month if you round up, maybe. Might be fine with her hands on stuff. But her gen ed course are another matter, from what I've heard.
Hey, what's with that face? You too, Olive.
Hello, welcome to Gothic Stars Club. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What are you doing? Welcome. I'm doing gay. I pressed the button back. I'm just gonna play it at the same time, actually. Let's go play it at the same time. Welcome. That's just shout out, because I'm an idiot who can't fucking type. I want the word shout out, because I'm dumb. What the fuck is shout out? Hi, what were you doing? You were doing something. You sure were doing something. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that was. You sure were doing a thing. But welcome, how are you doing? Welcome. I am Susan, your demon wolf girl of your nightmares or dreams. You're into that. I don't know why you're into that, but yeah. How was your stream? You were doing Call of Duty, I think. I don't know. Why am I being rated? Hi, welcome. Sapphic Sunday. Women. Anyways, welcome. I'm playing Twofold. I'm on Act 1 of Millie Route. College time is fun. But yeah, I'm playing Twofold by Student A-Law. I love Student A-Law game for my Sapphic Sunday, where I play a Sapphic game every Sunday. This week's game is Act 1, Millie Route of Twofold. I think we're nearing the end of Act 1, I think. Time-wise, but yes. Welcome, enjoy your stay. If you need to go and do self-care stuff like hydrate, sleep, eats, do that. And if not, enjoy my horrible voice acting skills of the one character, and then yeah, and also enjoy women, NB specials of something, and it is beer for dollars. Millie lets her friend simmer a little. Tanya gives up and orders another drink for the two of them to distract from the uncomfortable truth. What is that? 4 tonight? 5?
I expect it from Tanya, but I'm surprised to see how mellow you're being about them too, Olive.
Once you make yourself busy enough, you don't have any time left to panic. That's my coping method anyway.
A lie. But worrying about it out loud would just stress Millie out more, I'm sure.
You sure you're okay balancing work, chores, and exams?
Do I have a choice?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, you should be focusing on your own well-being instead of taking on their stress as well. Unless you're trying to distract yourself from your worries by worrying about someone else?
It's nothing like that. What are you even talking about?
Oof. Melissa, what are you doing? You're drunk. Tiny gives a knowing smirk, while all I can manage is a weak blush.
Even though I've said this a few times now, I do appreciate the effort you're putting in for me.
You'd better pass your exams, you know. I'd look really silly if I did all this, only to have you flunk out on me.
Oh, well, I was considering failing, but since you're so insistent...
You know, I was thinking of failing the exam, because, you know... Fuck it. But I guess I'll put some effort in if, you know... If you're so insistent that I don't fail my exams. Ugh, fine, Millie. You've twisted my leg.
Come on. Do we really need to talk about school while we're out drinking?
Yes.
There's not much else for me to talk about right now.
I saw into my mug. It's still half. What mug?
I should get a hobby after all this is over.
Yeah, usually. Maybe how about writing? Writing's a fun hobby.
I'd say cooking counts.
That's my job.
Barely. I wish I could be as passionate about that as you are with
Cooking's my job, Millie. Cooking is my job.
I'm with you on that. You've stuck with it for a while, haven't you?
It's literally my job. It's not my hobby, it's a job. Millie looks wistful at her glass, holding it tight in both hands.
I think everyone needs something to cherish. It doesn't need to be another person, a hobby, a cause, a life's work. It doesn't need to be grand, just something to give yourself over to. Writing, reading, the club ended up being that for me. Without that, I think someone is like an empty glass. While it could be filled by others, it's nothing when by itself.
She delicately rubs the condensation outside of the glass with her thumb. I can't help but go silent at her words. It's up to Tanya to break the overly serious atmosphere. Millie's glass is filled with beer from Tanya's bottle.
Then you better keep your own glass full, eh?
Ha ha ha. Very funny. Millie gives a weak smile and slightly awkward sigh. Coming back to her senses, I think I'm finally getting a feel for how these two ended up as friends despite their differences. The night sure has a chill to it these days. The air in front of our mouths forming small clouds as we slowly walk up the dark street. The sleeping girl on my back at least proves some warmth. Millie's arms loosely slung over my shoulders as I carry her. Or at least I tried to. My steps are a little uneven. And I'm definitely swaying side to side, but luckily Tanya leans against me as a counterbalance. It's a small wonder this area is totally empty this time of night, giving the walk an almost surreal quality. Like we're the only people left in the world.
I can't believe she managed to get herself that drunk.
You're not exactly sober yourself.
Millie's weight shifts as she starts sliding backwards. My heart jumps as I quickly pull her up again with a bit of effort.
Could you please at least try to hang on?
She snuggles to my back, probably half asleep, or maybe just out of reflex. I never thought I'd be thankful for years of building up my strength by lugging around sacks of ingredients at work.
Thanks for carrying her. She doesn't usually get this wasted. Sure you're good to get back home afterwards?
It's not that far. I'm over the worst of it anyway. Thanks for giving her a place to crash.
It's nothing new. My place is close enough to the bar that she's stayed the night more than once. She gets the couch, though. I'm not that nice of a host.
Damn.
Besides, we hang out at my place all the time. She's alright company.
As a lone car passes us in the night's darkness, I continue to plod along with the weight on my back. Millie stopped wrestling about, so she's probably gone to sleep completely. The fact she trusts me that much is a nice feeling. Everyone needs something to cherish. Even as the evening's gone on and my mind started to haze, these words have danced around my thoughts since she said them. I know what's important to me, and how important it is. I know what's important to me and how important it is. For so long, looking out for Mom and doing my best to not disappoint her was been enough to keep me moving forward. Why do I keep coming back to these words then? There's no tug at my heart, no butterflies in my stomach, merely an itch just below the skin. Impossible to scratch. Ari! Fucking hell, Mari. Of course. Of course this is where it's from. This scene. Of course this is where it's fucking from. SMH my head. SMH my head. Millie slumps forward, across my shoulder again. Make herself just visible in the corner of my eye. I wish I could see in myself what she sees in me. I've been honest about my motivations, as selfish as they may be. Yet, you push on anyway. You're always there to offer help whenever I need it. Always with a smile on your face. Though you confidently assure me that there's more to it, that you're so sure and worth the effort. Despite all that, it's
More than I deserve.
Millie readjusts herself, bearing her face into my neck. As I realize I let the tail end of that out the air, I can only take solace in the fact that it barely registered to her, if at all. The same can be said of the woman walking beside me, wearing an indulgent grin as I continue to redden.
What?
That's the first time I've seen someone fall in love.
Of course. If I hadn't heard that sentiment enough before, this is definitely the tipping point. I let her sigh, deciding a proper response not worth the hassle as I reinforced my hold on Millie's arm. My discussion comes to a halt as the both of us stop walking, both our attention taken by the sight above us. Standing in both downtown as cars drive to and fro, Tanya and I quietly gaze up at the falling snow.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
The next day,
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
one of the worst things about living here is how quickly the weather turns. One day it's just a little chilly outside, the next there are snow plowing clearing the roads. Even though it's not freezing just yet, it's cold enough to bundle up a bit more than usual. There's plenty of time until school starts, at least. With downtown's traffic at its worst when it snows just fallen, I need to take in the slow and stay vigilant. I'd rather not break something so close to exams, or worse. Then there's the hangover I'm still nursing. With puffs of condensation filling the air in front of my face with every paddle stroke, the apartment building I've been looking for comes into view. Carefully looking around for traffic, I stop pedaling and let the bike cruise over to the roadside. Hopping off and holding my bike in hand, I press the buzzer for Tanya's apartment. I probably shouldn't be making house calls this close to exams, but I should make sure Millie's alright, given the state she drank herself into.
Hey, Olive. I can see you from the window. Just leave your bike beside the stairs and head on up.
Thank goodness I can get out of the cold. Wasting no time, I quickly hop inside and do what she says. With the building elevator out, I finally make up the stairs and gingerly enter Tanya's room, doing my best to hide my exhaustion from biking and that hiking up. Having handled Millie over to Tanya at the door last night, I don't know what to expect inside. Well, it was really big and really neat. As Tanya turns from the window to see me enter, I'm pleasantly surprised that, at the very least, it's clean. A faded video game poster is all the decor to speak of, with the reused boxes and cheap furniture giving the air of a place she sleeps in, but little more.
Didn't expect to see you here. Thought you'd be off to school like a good little student.
Figured I'd check in and see how things were after leaving Millie with you yesterday.
See for yourself.
Hey, Millie! You've got a visitor!
So loud. What looks like a ghost slowly emerges from the bedroom to see the visitor. Dressed only in her skirt and shirt. I think this is the first time I've seen her braids undone, too. Half dressed, disheveled, and in the throes of quite a hangover. It's a bit of a contrast to the fashionable and composed woman I'm used to.
Oh, it's Olive. Hello there.
Hello. Even her voice sounds pathetically weak. All I could do is grimace as I try to work out how to deal with her. Ty and I waiting for the harsh noise of the snowplow to pass before speaking.
That's quite the hangover.
Millie just groans at her friend, rubbing the back of her head at sight.
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, don't worry, I've dealt with worse.
That's not as reassuring as she thinks it is.
I'm gonna head to school for some studying. I can pick you up some food or something on the way back if you want to stay here.
I'll come along, just let me get my shoes on.
I'm gonna bike.
Yeah, don't tell me you're going to school like that.
Tanya's concern goes unanswered as Millie shuffles back to the bedroom. I thought she got the couch.
Thanks again for the invite yesterday. It was nice to forget about everything for a night.
Didn't see a flat look in response.
You do know who suggested that you hang at the bar with us, right?
I let my shoulders slump and sigh. I guess it was optimistic of me to hope she'd let last night slide. Before I have to dig up a response to Tanya's irritating grin, the woman in question emerges, looking somewhat smarter this time around. At least she looked sharp, while feeling half dead.
Good to head out?
Sure, let's go. You okay walking?
Yeah, a walk in the cold sounds good right now, actually.
So you gonna check or something?
Take care, you two.
Fuck off. Fuck you, Tanya. Law. Walking the bike alongside me, and the two of us eventually reach the campus. The sudden temperature drop overnight barely even seems to register to her despite the outfit.
What's your
Soon,
business on campus today, anyway?
Nothing major. I'm just here to return some books to the library. Tanya offered to come, but I told her I was fine.
Millie quietly opens her bag and slips the books in. The book in. There's only one book. Still looking a little dazed. I think I'll stick with her just to make sure she's alright. She must have sounded convinced for Tanya to let her go without escorting her, given how she... I groan and cover my face with a free hand as I realize what's going on. Still playing the matchmaker.
Something wrong?
No, everything's fine. Completely fine. Let me lock up my bike and we can head over to the library.
Millie's books... There's now multiple books. Books dropped into the return chute. She put up the seat beside me at the table. There's a sigh unfitting of her age as she sinks into it, dropping her bag beside her chair. It's nice and warm, at least. The sight of snow falling outside the windows adding to this coziness. Only a couple of other students are milling about, and even they're likely just here to pass some time out of the cold. Reaching the bridge of her nose, Millie seems to look a little better for some warmth and rest. I don't usually find myself at a loss for words around her, but I can't seem to find anything to say. Even Millie is uncharacteristically quiet, yet clearly restless as she plays with her braid. Realizing my leg is tapping on the floor, I reach for something. Anything to fill the air.
It's good you have a friend who lives downtown to pick you up. I had to ask my mom to pick me up the first time I went out drinking. Sort of put me off from doing it again.
Not your dad?
No, be off me.
Dad wasn't really in the picture. He left when I was still pretty little.
He left for milk and never came back.
Sorry, I really should have been more careful about that.
Don't worry about it.
No, it's fine. Hasn't been a big deal in forever, really.
Hello, Ping from Aloncourt. What up? I agree. Theo, love you. Water is romantic. Nice water. Nice looking water. Amazing water. Amazing looking water for a GBA game. Amazing looking water in this game. What the?
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Okay, I need to go dehydrate real quick. Be right back. An awkward silence quickly develops, made all the more pointed by a student walking past us to leave.
Funny how things end up, huh?
Yeah. Like how your mom is dead. The quiet is broken, and I'm just as surprised as Millie that it was me who broke it.
Starting down this road because of stress and anxiety. Only to wind up spending the night drinking with you like nothing was ever wrong to begin with.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Maybe it was.
Nah. The club might have its problems, but this is fun. Things might actually turn out alright.
It's time for love confessions. I wonder how much long it's been since I said that. I can feel the corners of my mouth tugging upwards. A little just as hers do. Both of us being glad that things turned out like this.
I guess this is a long-winded way of saying thanks. For everything you've done for me.
You took an opportunity and it worked out for you. You should be thinking better of yourself, Olive. But thanks. I'm sure you'll get through the exams, even if I have to drag you over the line.
She gives a smile at my wilting. Even her optimism has its limits. I'm sure she means what she says, though. It's like sure that I even remotely have a shot at this. As she's about to say something more, though, the words catch in her throat. The visible pause before she continues on doesn't go missed.
I'm just gonna grab another couple books I wanted to borrow. Won't be a moment.
She takes her feet, and I follow her lead and do the same. What? The first time, though, I feel my head spin with a sudden change in altitude. My heart leaps out of my chest, and I throw my arm out to catch myself, grabbing onto the table.
Oh, hey, are you okay?
Oh, shit, my head. Oh, shit, my iron levels. My iron deficiency. She leans down just close to me as I stand, offering a hand to let me up. I take it, heaving a steady sigh.
Yeah, sorry, I
look at Millie. Her caramel eyes soften a bit as we lock gaze. A warm smile on her face when she collects that I'm fine. We said that. I'm actually aware of her hand on mine, of how close we are to each other. The height difference. Before I can even fully process what's happening, I instinctively shut my eyes, bring myself to my tiptoes as she leans down slightly to meet our height difference somewhere in the middle. We kiss, just barely reaching our lips together. She attention to count. Millie's mind eventually catches up with her actions as she's the first to pull away, looking equally parts confused and embarrassed. Why am I all of a sudden sounding a bit more like Olive? Why do I suddenly sound a bit like Olive to myself? What the fuck? I'm not doing much better. I step back and take a gulp to say to myself. My heart's beating audibly and my brain feels too fuzzy to form a coherent thought.
What was...
I don't even know what I was... I mean...
They're trying to piece things together. Her confused stammering eventually turns to a small laugh, which she does her best to stifle.
What a morning, huh? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just not all there yet.
What a morning. It's fucking gay.
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm sorry, too. I wasn't thinking.
With the finals... With her outside to exhale the last of her nervous energy, Millie is finally able to compose herself again with an apologetic smile.
Wanna just agree that this never happened?
It's only brief, but I find myself pausing before I answer.
Sounds good to me.
Pen to paper, finish Millie's Act 1. Good morning, everyone. Today's the big day. The reading club room is open bright and early today. Feel free to come on by. Oh, it's bringing coffee from the diner. Whoa, coffee from the diner. Page 11. Page 11. Barf. Had me a... That's what it's... Had me a drink, but... Be there in a bit. Just woke up. LOL. See you soon. Okay, thanks. After dark. Yeah, today's the day. Better or worse, in a few hours, I'll be done with my finals. Whether that signals the end of the semester or my college career entirely is still up in the air. No, waiting for the act card. Possum, I usually wait till the act card pops up until I end. You know that, right? This is normal. How am I supposed to make the fucking thumbnail if I don't have the act card pop up? There was none. That was a few weeks later. That popped up. For better or worse, in a few hours, I'll be done with my finals. Whether that signals the end of the semester or my college career entirely is still up in the air. Given the drastic change in weather, Millie started offering to ferry me to and from campus. The car's heater usually does a lot to brighten my mood in the morning, but I didn't do too much today. I set up the carton of coffee somewhere on a nearby table and helped myself to the caffeine while Millie continues her text conversation with Tanya directly. She must have sensed my anxiety this morning. Honestly, I'd be surprised if she didn't. And has spent the very few moments we've shared together so far reassuring me of how much progress I've made. I'd find it demeaning if it were coming from anyone else. But after seeing firsthand how much writing means to her, I don't think she'd be able to contain herself from giving honest feedback first and foremost. I'm not great, but I'm way better than I used to be, at least. Sitting in this room has always brought me some level of unease due to the dire straits the club has found herself in, but today is a whole new level of stress.
It's good to see all of you this morning. Let's get started.
Why are you wearing a Raven from Teen Titans cosplay but is pink? Millie takes her usual spot at the front of the class, ready to begin the meeting.
I'm sure everyone's going to do fine, but extra preparation never hurt anyone. I know Olive is looking for some general tutoring this morning. What does everyone else need help with?
Even with everyone present, the silence is as familiar as ever. The only sound accompanying my restless shifting at my seat is Darren shuffling some papers around behind me.
Anyone?
Again, she's met with an awkward quiet. Tanya looks around expectantly but doesn't chime in. Heather sits with her eyes closed and arms crossed, physically blocking out the room as much as possible. Darren sits in the back, silently fidgeting with the pen. As Millie's expression falters, mine follows not long after. I know she set this up for my sake, and having it only serve as a reminder about the state of the club racks me with guilt.
Well, I appreciate everyone checking in. Don't let me keep you if you don't need anything. I just wanted to make an open offer.
Actually,
Heather turns for her desk and starts her way towards the door, managing to interrupt Darren without saying a thing.
And here I thought you were gonna spice things up when you suggested an off-hours meeting. Fool me once, I guess.
Tanya slams her hand on the desk and stands up, successfully falling for others' propagation, even if it wasn't directed at her.
Oh my god, I'm so sick of you! There's gotta be better entertainment out there than showing up only to make people feel like crap.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you raise your hand earlier either. Did you need some help? I'd love to be your study buddy.
I'd rather choke. I'm here because I'm supporting my friend. Where did all yours go again?
Hey, you two...
Oof, that's a low blow. That's quite the blow. Wow, what the fuck? Even though she's trying to mediate, Millie's injection barely even registers as audible. She's already lost control of the situation, a fact she's well aware of as she sinks into a corner of the room.
Support her? By causing a scene like this, that fearless leader of yours is looking pretty distressed, don't you think?
Don't you pin this on me!
Get real. You must be more delusional than Millie if you really think you're helping anything.
Do you two mind?
My question isn't loud, but it still managed to halt the two of them in the tracks, surprising them almost as much as it does me. Stepping into something like this is something I go out of my way to never do. But the anxiety surrounding my finals and Millie's distress only compound my frustration.
If you don't need the help, that's fine, but I do. We don't really have the time to get distracted by your fighting. So, cut it out. Please.
So, cut it out. Please. If you could be so kind as to stop acting, thank you. I was running high for a second there, but my bravado faded faster than I would have liked. Still, it seems to have had its intended effect as Heather rolls her eyes and makes her exit without another word. Along with her resentment, Tanya takes a breath to assess the situation. She looks to Millie, still visibly downtrodden, then to me. After a moment, she hangs her head, sighing.
I'm gonna head out too. Good luck with your exams today, guys.
She grabs her bag, everything's still packed inside, and follows her after her nemesis. Once the door is closed behind Tanya, Millie's shoulders immediately slump. They only stay that way for a moment before she pulls herself back together. Her smile returns, if noticeably weaker, as she makes her way over to my desk. She rests her hand on the chair in front of mine, swiveling the desk round so it faces mine, scraping unpleasantly across the ground as she does so and takes her seat. Her smile softens, looking a lot more sincere than it did moments ago. Parts of me doesn't want to disturb this moment by pulling out my worksheets. Unfortunately, I'm not even given the opportunity as she breaks eye contact with me. I follow her line of sight, turning around to spot Darren, sinking awkwardly into his chair. I sort of forgot he was still here.
Sorry about all that. Really, don't let me keep you.
I actually did come for the study session if the offer's still open.
Fuck yeah, it is. Join me. He glances over at me for a second, his head immediately snapping back to Millie afterwards.
Oh, but I understand if you just wanted to focus on Olive, especially given their situation and what just happened.
Nah, fam. Run in.
No, not at all. Pull up a desk. I'll do what I can for you.
I've never seen someone so happy to have their workload doubled. Wow, amazing. Darren reluctantly pulls himself from his desk, grabbing his various papers he had scattered across the surface in this process. After finding a desk near us, he places his papers gently down and again before repeating Millie's process of swiveling it to face us, unpleasant screeching included.
Why didn't you speak up sooner?
Well, it feels like walking through a minefield with those two in the room sometimes.
Fair.
That's... yeah.
Darren shifts his attention to his worksheets, flipping through the papers before finding the ones he was looking for, handing it over to Millie.
I just wanted to brush up on my geology, if you're willing. Here's an answer sheet.
Millie takes the paper from him, giving it a quick skim.
Sure, I can do that. I'll be swapping between you and Olive, though. Is that okay?
I didn't expect anything else. I can help you with your writing class, too, if you want, Olive. Oh, and history, if either of you need that.
Hog!
I'll take anything you're willing to give. Thanks. I can't really offer you much in return, though.
I can offer you coffee.
No problem. I'm just glad to have someone to bounce questions off.
That's always good.
Sounds like we have a plan then. Since I already have the worksheet in front of me, let's start with you, Darren.
Other of us don't have much time before our final classes start, but we try to make the most of it. Millie juggling Darren and I's tutoring as best as she's able, with Darren chiming in to help with writing advice when he can. I'm still not especially confident. I doubt I ever really could be, but this is the best chance I'm going to get. The stress constantly rises up around Millie's quizzing, but it's become easier and easier to push back down as the morning goes on. When it's over, we pack up in a tense silence, making small jokes and chatting to try to lighten the mood. Darren leaves first. Millie heaves a deep sigh, obviously worrying just as much as for me as I am. Still, there's not much else we can do now. I pack away the flashcards last exchange and shrug with her. Even with the threat of losing my opportunity to graduate as I leave the club room, I can't help but mind turning from literary devices and thematic elements back to Millie. Back to the thing I was supposed to forget. Just gotta pretend it never happened and focus on passing. If I repeat that enough times, hopefully it'll stick. Yeah. Act 2. Out of character. Now we got the tarot card. Now we got the act card. We love our disaster gaze. This is gonna crash the game. It did not crash the game. Hog. The music is off. It is playing that. Okay, cool. We got through all of Act 1 of Millie. We have found out a bit more of why Mari is so obsessed with Millie. Twofold is playing right now. It sure is playing right now. But yes, we learned a bit about what Mari is so obsessed with. We learned about that. We learned about. Wow, that took a while to disappear. I guess. I also found out where Mari's fucking Discord status is from. the scene where they're goddamn drunk off their rockers and Millie's being slung over Olive's back. Wow, great job, Mari. You're a nerd, a gay nerd, and we're here for that. The moment I finished reading, and like an itch, I can't scratch, or like the itch line, I was like, I've heard this. Where? Mari is where. Her Discord status. Because I literally read it like hours ago. I was like a few hours ago. Oh yeah, that's oh, it's from Twofold. Okay, Twofold. Nice. Her fucking Discord status. I'm reading right now. Where the fucking code's from. You're a fucking nerd. You're a goddamn nerd. It's gone now. I put that on yesterday. I put that in yesterday, by the way. You never found it. You never found it. This is yesterday. I got that finished yesterday. I got that commission sent to me yesterday. It's by Tomo. It's made by Tomo. It says out. It says out. Inaba Tomo-san. Yes, this is by Tomo. It was exported and sent to me yesterday while I was at work, and I added it to Twitch yesterday when I got off work. You just never looked. I just never told you guys that it was a new emote. But yes, we have a new emote. Bongo cat. Bongo, not bongo cat. Bongo. A bongo emote. But yes, I think Lyri's ending. This is awkward. I don't think Lyri's ending. Well, there's a Bell House stream. I don't. Okay, I'm not following the Bell House ones. Which one is it? Pori Purushi Doko ni desu. Pori Purushi. Gimu wa Who is the Red Queen? そうだよね。そうだよね。Okay. Well, hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. That was Twofold, Millie Route Act 1. Like I said earlier at the very start, I might do another stream today after I finish eating dinner. I'll be working on the background for the Ava X. I'm gonna say Ava X Curio. Ava X Quinn art. That's what I would be. I'll be doing if I in the mood after finishing dinner. If not, I will see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST for some River City Girls with my friend Bitch Boy. And then after that, also tomorrow at around 9 p.m. I'll be doing some puzzling. I'll be collabing a puzzle game. Do Not Die in the Winter. As if it's not fucking scheduled on Twitch. Have a nice night, Awesome, and everyone else lurking. again, have a nice Sapphic Sunday. Hope you stay rested. Hope you all have some food and stuff. And I'll see you guys tomorrow and or later today.